hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Brian Joe, everyone, with Learning Curve from his album by the same name. Check him out. Links in the description to his website. Welcome to AHNC All Hat No Cattle. I'm Hat. We have got, if I may borrow from the great Dan Bongino, a packed show today. In fact, if I may even go further, to quote him again, it's a stacked show. I have tabs upon tabs open. I think we're going to get through it all, but we're going to have to pay attention, folks, because there's a lot coming at you. Today is basically Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, John Solomon Day, and you'll see all three of them over here in the Rogues Gallery to the left. Same Rogues Gallery I had up Saturday. I thought, you know what, let's just stick with it. I almost put Nancy Pelosi in the top rung, but I realized that would be really hard for you guys to have to look at that for hours upon hours today. So I thought I'd take it easy on you and, not do that to you. I'm sure at least some of you will appreciate it. By the way, SRS 4859 says it's 31 degrees here this morning, early cold for us, and snowing in our mountains. It is 86 Outside here in southeast Wisconsin right now, with a wind chill of 98. So go figure. And during my pistol class next week, it's going to be in the 50s in the morning, and it may get up to 60 in the afternoon. So, and there's a slight chance of rain. So, timing is everything. Okay, folks, we're going to dive right in. Now, this article just came out this morning. Picasso knows found it for me, as she always does. All the best stuff, Picasso knows finds. That's why she's the executive producer. Yes, definitely de-ice my pistols. I'll have plenty of CLP with me, David, to keep the moisture from ruining them. Plenty of it. So, we're going to start off with this article by Jim Garrity in the National Review. And it's titled Hunter Biden, the Most Comprehensive Timeline. I have not had a chance to look at it yet. I'm going in completely cold on this one. So, here we go. From being appointed senior MBNA vice president 2 years out of law school to a gift of a 2.8 carat diamond from a Chinese energy tycoon to Burisma Holdings. Late summer 2006, Uncle Hunter Biden and his uncle James Biden purchased the hedge fund Paradigm Global Advisors. According to an unnamed executive quoted in Politico in August, James Biden declared to his employees on his first day, quote, "Don't worry about investors. We've got people all around the world who want to invest in Joe Biden." Not into their company, but into Joe Biden. Interesting. At this time, Biden is months away from becoming chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and launching his second bid for president. And again, now this is in Politico, not exactly a right-leaning outlet. To continue. The unnamed executive who spoke to Politico charged that the purchase of the fund was designed to work around campaign finance laws. There's an internal quote. According to the executive, James Biden made it clear that he viewed the fund as a way to take money from rich foreigners who could not legally give money to his older brother or to his campaign account. Quote, "We've got investors lined up in a line of 747s filled with cash ready to invest in this company," close quote, the executive remembers James Biden saying. Both James and Hunter Biden have denied to Politico that James ever made these comments. Let's be clear, this was an unnamed executive, so let's play fair. Continuing. Up until that time, Hunter Biden had been employed as a consultant to the Delaware bank MBNA with a $100,000 a year retainer, according to the New York Times. The bank hired him fresh out of law school and in less than 2 years promoted him to senior vice president. Biden also separately worked as a lobbyist until 2008, founding the firm Oldicker, Biden and Blair, where he represented mostly universities and hospitals, but also drug companies such as Acogen and Pulmatrix Incorporated, and the music sharing company Napster, and online gaming sites. Busy boy. Hunter says he never lobbied his father or on any client matter, but the potential for the appearance of a conflict of interest allegedly troubled the senator at one point. According to court records in a lawsuit filed by former business partner Joseph Lotito, Joe Biden wanted Hunter Biden to find a different line of work because his presidential campaign would be greatly complicated if he remained the father of a Washington lobbyist. January 5, 2007. Lotito sues James and Hunter Biden, contending that they cut him out of the purchase of Paradigm Global Advisors. Lotito's suit claims that the firm is paying Hunter Biden as an annual salary of $1.2 million. The emphasis mine. While Biden has worked for MBNA, he has never worked for a hedge fund or investment firm before. January 7, 2007, Joe Biden announces his second bid for the presidency. January 18, 2007, Hunter Biden steps down as interim chief executive of Paradigm Global Advisors, but the company announces he will remain in his position as chairman of Paradigm's advisory board. February 21, 2007, James and Hunter Biden countersue Lotito, arguing that he lied about his professional credentials and finances. Biden's chief of staff tells the Washington Post it is apparent that Mr. Latito is only invoking Senator Biden's name to garner media attention. July 2007. Biden's presidential campaign pays Hunter Biden's firm, Oldiker Biden and Belair LLP, $20,256 for legal work for his campaign. By the end of Biden's bid, his campaign will pay Hunter's law firm $143,000 for, quote, legal services. January 3rd, 2008. After winning less than 1% in the Iowa caucus, Joe Biden announces he is ending his second bid for the presidency. Hey, watcher. Hello. I was just thinking about you, actually. I'm glad you were able to make it. I don't know if you're having the same warm weather we are here, but I hope it's at least close and you're able to enjoy it. I hate to think of you having to sit inside listening to my dreary voice. July 25, 2008. An outside audit of Paradigm by the firms of Briggs, Bunting, and now there are links in every one of these paragraphs. I don't have the space to collect them all and put them in the description. So just be sure that you go to this article. I don't have space for all of the tabs that I've got open. So be sure you go to this article. I described it in the beginning and check this out completely. I have a feeling your eyes will be wide open. Opened. Wide opened? Is that a phrase? I just made it up. Opened wide is what I should have said. Let me start that over again. July 25, 2008. An outside audit of Paradigm by the firm of Briggs, Bunting, and Dougherty finds a, quote, failure to reconcile investment advertisers' reimbursement of fund expenses, failure to reconcile and review cash account on a timely basis, and failure to reconcile and review various other accounts on a timely basis, close quote. August 23, 2008. Barack Obama announces that Joe Biden will be his running mate. The following day, Obama campaign officials, quote, acknowledged that the connection between the Bidens and MBNA, the enormous financial services company then based in their home state of Delaware, was one of the most sensitive issues they examined while vetting the senator for a spot on the ticket, close quote. Did you ever wonder why it is that Obama picked Biden when Biden only got 1% in Iowa? I mean, seriously, the guy wasn't a strong candidate at all. I've always had some suspicions about why that happened, but I've never been able to nail them down. Beaker says failure to reconcile. That means they cooked the books. Absolutely. That's exactly what it means. August 27, 2008. The Washington Post reports on an unusual loophole in Hunter Biden's refusal to lobby his father. Quote, Senator Barack Obama sought more than $3.4 million in congressional earmarks for clients of the lobbyist son of his Democratic running mate, Senator Joseph R. Biden Jr. of Delaware, records show. Obama succeeded in getting $192,000 for one of the clients, St. Xavier University in suburban Chicago, close quote. The Post reports that other lobbyists at Biden's firm lobbied his father. Well, that makes it all better. September 6, 2008. In an interview with Tom Brokaw, Joe Biden argued there was nothing inappropriate about the biggest bank in his state hiring his son. Quote, my son graduated from Yale Law School. The starting salary in Wall Street is $140,000 a year if you want to lawyer. Options he had. He came home to work for a bank. September 12, 2008. Hunter Biden files paperwork to end his lobbying work for all clients. September 2008. Hunter Biden founds Seneca Global Advisors, quote, a boutique consulting firm that, quote, helps small and mid-sized companies expand into markets in the U.S. and other countries. December 2008. James and Hunter Biden and Anthony Latito reach a settlement and drop their suits. January 20, 2009. Joe Biden is sworn in as Vice President of the United States. February 2009. Paradigm gets another headache when one of its partners, Texas financier Alan Stanford, is charged by regulators with an $8 billion fraud. Go big or go home. Continuing. However, Paradigm and James and Hunter Biden are not accused of wrongdoing, and Paradigm's attorney, Mark Lepresti, says they never met or communicated with Stanford. June 2009. Kind of funny that you don't have anything to do with a partner. Interesting. June 2009. Hunter Biden co-founds his second company in less than a year, Rosemont Seneca Partners, with Christopher Hines, the stepson of John Kerry and heir to the Hines fortune, and Devin Archer, who had been friends with Hines at Yale. That's got to be a nice thing to fall back on, being an heir to the Hines fortune. That's a lot of ketchup and mustard and relish, folks. Excuse me. You know, my mouth doesn't get dry anymore with this new plate in. I just drink the tea to basically keep the taste in my mouth because I like it so much. This has been a great week. November 12, 2009. Paradigm's run of bad luck continues when the U.S. Department of Justice determines that the Manhattan skyscraper housing the offices of Paradigm is partially owned by individuals helping the Iranian government evade sanctions. Oh my God. What a kick in the teeth. Continuing. By 2017, federal prosecutors would contend that the building, quote, served as a front for the Iranian government and as a gateway for millions of dollars to be funneled to Iran in clear violation of U.S. sanctioned laws. End quote. There is no evidence that the Bidens or Paradigm knew of their landlord's ties. 2010. After 2 years of difficulties and the economic recession, blame your dad's boss, James and Hunter Biden begin, quote, unwinding the Paradigm Fund, filing for voluntary liquidation. The man who sold them the firm, James Park, never collects on an $8 million note, according to the New Republic. I'm sorry. There's nothing to say there. It's just the guy didn't collect on an $8 million note after they liquidated the company they bought from him. I bet he had a good going concern when they bought it, and now it's not even existing anymore, and he's stuck holding an $8 million promissory note. Lucky him. 2010 through 2011. Rosemont Seneca takes off like a rocket in its ability to secure meetings with wealthy Chinese investors. From Peter Schweizer's Secret Empires, How the American Political Class Hides Corruption and Enriches Family and Friends, before I go to that quote, if you didn't see last night's Life, Liberty, and Levin, you've got to, because Peter Schweizer was a guest. And it was a fascinating conversation. That hour flew by. Now, if you've got the Fox Go app on Apple TV, it does not give you the entire episode. It only gives you a couple clips. But as near as I can tell, on an Apple iPad, Picasso Knows has figured this out, and I believe also on my phone, on an Android phone, the app there allows you to watch the full episode. In fact, let me not guess on that. Let me just check right now. Let's see. Oh, I don't have it there. Okay, couple screens over. It's Fox Nation. Where did it go? There it is. Fox News. Give me just a second. Shows. Okay, I'm scrolling through here. Nice dead air, huh? Another quality AHNC All Hat No Cattle production, folks. This is why you tune in, for this kind of great stuff. Getting there. Here we go. Life, Liberty, and Levin. Yep, full episode. Full episode on the Android. So, there you go. Watch it. Okay, to continue with the quote from Peter Schweizer's book, Secret Empires. Less than a year after opening Rosemont Seneca's doors, Hunter Biden and Devon Archer were in China having secured access at the highest levels. Thornton Group's account of the meeting on their Chinese language website is telling. Chinese executives, quote, extended their warm welcome to the Thornton Group with its U.S. partner Rosemont Seneca chairman Hunter Biden, second son of the now Vice President Joe Biden, close quote. The purpose of the meetings was to, quote, explore the possibility of commercial cooperation and opportunity, close quote. Curiously, details about the meeting do not appear on their English language website. Also, according to the Thornton Group, we're out of that internal quote now, back to the article. Also, according to the Thornton Group, the three Americans met with the largest and most powerful government fund leaders in China, even though Rosemont was both new and small. To put these meetings in perspective, it was as if the son of the Chinese premier held a single meeting with the heads of Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan, Merrill Lynch, and Blackstone, except, in this case, they were government entities with trillions of dollars of capital to invest. The delegate spent 2 days meeting with the top executives of China's sovereign wealth fund, Social Security Fund, and largest banks. Hunter posed with them for a series of pictures. Sometime in 2012, Devon Archer and Hunter Biden began meetings with, quote, Jonathan Lee, who ran a Chinese private equity fund, Bohai Capital, about becoming partners in a new company that would invest in Chinese capital, close quote, according to the New Yorker. June 2013, Lee, Archer, and other business partners signed a memorandum of understanding to create the fund, which they named BHR Partners, and in November, they signed contracts related to the deal. Hunter Biden becomes an unpaid member of BHR's board, but will not take an equity stake in BHR Partners until after his father leaves the White House. August 19, 2013. New York Times business columnist Andrew Ross Sorkin writes in his column, in Washington, the line between lobbying and bribery is not clear-cut. Until 2008, R. Hunter Biden, son of then Senator Joseph R. Biden Jr., lobbied Congress regularly. December 4, 2013. The infamous Chinese trip, if I may interject. Hunter Biden joins his father on Air Force Two on a trip to China, where his father is meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Hunter arranges for Lee to shake hands with his father in the lobby of the American delegation's hotel. Afterward, Hunter and Lee have what both parties describe as a social meeting. According to the New Yorker, again, not a right-leaning publication, at this time, other Obama administration officials weren't comfortable with Hunter Biden's business ties in China, but they did not confront the vice president about the matter. Internal quote. Hunter's meeting with Lee and his relationship with BHR attracted little attention at the time, but some of Biden's advisors were worried that Hunter, by meeting with a business associate during his father's visit, would expose the vice president to criticism. The former senior White House aide told me that Hunter's behavior invited questions about whether he, quote, was leveraging access for his benefit, which just wasn't done in that White House. That White House was totally clean, folks. No scandals in the Obama White House. Right. Anyway. Optics really mattered, and that seemed to be cutting it pretty close, even if nothing nefarious was going on, close quote. When I asked members of Biden's staff whether they discussed their concerns with the vice president, several of them said that they had been too intimidated to do so. Quote, everyone who works for him has been screamed at, close quote, a former advisor told me. Yet Trump's the one who's rude to his staff. Continuing, December 2013, quote, less than 2 weeks later, Hunter Biden's firm inked a $1 billion, that's billion with a B, folks, $1 billion private equity deal with a subsidiary of the Chinese government's Bank of China, close quote. Author and investigator Peter Schweitzer says, quote, the deal was later expanded to $1.5 billion. In short, the Chinese government funded a business that it co-owned along with the son of a sitting vice president, close quote. But the New Yorker quotes a BHR representative who says the deal was signed before the vice president's trip to China. A business license came through shortly after, and Hunter was not a signatory. Oh, well, that makes it all better. April 2014. Hunter Biden joins the board of Burisma Holdings. Alan Apter, a former Morgan Stanley investment banker who was chairman of Burisma, said at the time, quote, "The company's strategy is aimed at the strongest concentration of professional staff and the introduction of best corporate practices, and we're delighted that Mr. Biden is joining us to help us achieve these goals," close quote. Biden's primary duty is to attend board meetings and energy forums in Europe once or twice a year, and he is paid $50,000 per month. Apter added, quote, "This is totally based on merit." We will see later, I'm teasing you, but still, we will see later that $50,000 a month is a bit of an understatement. We'll get to that. May 13, 2014. At the White House, Press Secretary Jay Carney responds to a question about Hunter Biden's joining the board in the appearance of a potential conflict of interest. Internal quote. "I would refer you to the Vice President's office. I saw those reports. You know, Hunter Biden and other members of the Biden family are obviously private citizens, and where they work does not reflect an endorsement by the administration or by the Vice President or President, but I would refer you to the Vice President's office." Back to the article. The same day, at a State Department press briefing, AP reporter Matt Lee asks, "Does this building diplomatically have any concerns about potential perceptions of conflict or cronyism, which is what you've often accused the Russians of doing?" State Department spokesman Jen Psaki replies, "No, he's a private citizen." May 14, 2014. The UK-based Guardian, again, not a right-leaning paper, blasts Biden's new position, snarking, quote, "Somebody needs to get involved in Ukraine's corporate governance, and it might as well be a clutch of rich, well-connected American dudes with weird first names," close quote. Speaking, yes, I'd say snark is a pretty good description of that sentence. Okay, Washington Post columnist Adam Taylor writes, "The appointment of the vice president's son to a Ukrainian oil board looks nepotistic at best, nefarious at worst. No matter how qualified Biden is, it ties into the idea that U.S. foreign policy is self-interested, and that's a narrative Vladimir Putin has pushed during Ukraine's crisis with references to Iraq and Libya." Sometime in 2015, Chris Hines ends his relationship with Rosemont Seneca. December 8, 2015. Writing in the New York Times, James Risen says of the vice president's trip to Ukraine, quote, "The credibility of the vice president's anti-corruption message may have been undermined by the association of his son Hunter Biden with one of Ukraine's largest natural gas companies, Burisma Holdings, and with its owner, Mykola Zlochevsky, who was Ukraine's ecology minister under former President Viktor F. Yanukovych before he was forced into exile." Hope I got those names right. December 11, 2015. A New York Times editorial praises Biden's message to the Ukrainian government, but notes, quote, "The credibility of Mr. Biden's message may be undermined by the association of his son with a Ukrainian natural gas company, Burisma Holdings, which is owned by a former government official suspected of corrupt practices. A spokesman for the son, Hunter Biden, argues that he joined the board of Burisma to strengthen its corporate governance. That may be so, but Burisma's owner, Mykola Zlochevsky, has been under investigation in Britain and in Ukraine. It should be plain to Hunter Biden that any connection with a Ukrainian oligarch damages his father's efforts to help Ukraine. This is not a board he should be sitting on." A few days ago, Risen wrote at The Intercept that Biden's message on the trip was being completely misinterpreted. Quote, "The then vice president issued his demands for greater anti-corruption measures by the Ukrainian government despite the possibility that those demands would actually increase, not lessen, the chances that Hunter Biden and Burisma would face legal trouble in Ukraine." December 2016. Hunter Biden and his wife Kathleen file for divorce. The divorce becomes official April 14, 2017. I hate it when families break up. It's a shame. Sometimes they have to, but being a person who's gone through a divorce himself, it's not a pretty thing. I don't like Hunter Biden, but I don't wish that on anyone. I think Kathleen was probably the better for it, though. Continuing. Sometime when Biden is, quote, in the middle of the divorce, he meets the Chinese energy tycoon Yi Jianming. As CNN described, quote, at its height, Yi's company, CEFC China Energy, aligned itself so closely with the Chinese government that it was often hard to distinguish between the two, close quote. January 20, 2017. Joe Biden's second term as vice president ends. May 2017. Chinese energy tycoon Yi Jianming and Hunter Biden meet privately at a hotel in Miami. Biden says he offered to use his contacts to help, quote, identify investment opportunities for Yi's company, CEFC China Energy, in liquefied natural gas projects in the United States, close quote. That certainly was a huge market. Continuing. After the dinner, Yi sends a 2.8 carat diamond to Hunter's hotel room with a card thanking him for the meeting. During the divorce proceedings, Hunter Biden and his ex-wife Kathleen disputed the value of the diamond. He says it's worth $10,000. She contends it is worth $80,000. Folks, I'm not knowledgeable about diamonds because I refuse to buy them. The one thing I know about diamonds is that the market is incredibly overhyped. There are millions of diamonds out there that are being held in safes so they don't glut the market. It is a complete, there's a word for that. I don't want to say monopoly. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. And I refuse to buy into that. I'll buy things like smaller gems or less known gemstones that still look beautiful, but diamonds, forget it. So I don't know how it's possible that you could value a 2.8 carat diamond for $10,000 though, unless it has inclusions, it has color, something is wrong with it. I think $10,000 is severely underpriced for a 2.8 carat diamond. That's just me. That's just me. I'm guessing. It seems to me to be pretty plausible. Yes, De Beers, absolutely, Beaker. That was one of the companies I was trying to think of, and I know the Russians have a huge amount too. But it's like a consortium, or it's a monopoly that's made up of various companies. But there's a name for that, and I can't think of it. But yeah, flag me if you think of it. Continuing. Diamonds, that'll shut her up. Cartel, thank you, David. Absolutely, cartel is the word I wanted. And Picasso Knows just quoted Ron White, one of the great comedians of our time. SRS 4859 helps me out here. Manufactured market, yes, there are so many diamonds, just like oil. It has been inflated. That diamond would be worth no less than $50,000 easily if it is a grade A, B, or C. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, SRS. I really appreciate that. Uncle Bobbity comes in. Da Beers. If you're not a Bears fan, you don't get it. Never mind. Continuing. Biden denied that the diamond could be considered a bribe. Quote, what would they be bribing me for? My dad wasn't in office, close quote. Hunter Biden told the New Yorker that he gave the diamond to his associates and doesn't know what happened to it. How do you give a diamond to plural people? Continuing. Also during the divorce proceedings, Kathleen, quote, requested that Hunter's access to their joint assets be limited because the couple had a double mortgage and owed more than $300,000 in back taxes. Close quote. Wow. He's pulling in all this money into his businesses. I mean, a $1.5 billion investment, and he can't pay his taxes? Hunter's been described as a screw-up by a lot of people. I think that quote right there is pretty indicative of just how much of a loser Hunter at least has been in the past. And we haven't gotten into his sleeping with his brother's widow yet. Or at least, I think actually that was one of the reasons for the divorce, was because his wife found out that he was sleeping with his older brother's wife, widow. What was his name? Bo, I think? Don't remember. Continuing. Summer 2017. Hunter Biden begins negotiating a deal for Yee's company, CEFC, to invest in a liquefied natural gas project in Louisiana. Yee tells Biden that he's worried about federal authorities looking into one of his business associates, Patrick Ho. Hunter agrees to represent Ho as his lawyer. October 2017. After having an unpaid role on the company's board since 2013, Hunter Biden acquired a financial stake in BHR, a 10% equity interest that was worth $430,000 as of July 2019, according to Hunter Biden's lawyer, George Messiers. Or is it Messiers? I'm going to say Messiers. At least half of the firm's stake is owned by Chinese entities, according to business records. November 18, 2017. Patrick Ho is arrested at John F. Kennedy International Airport on bribery and money laundering charges. He makes a phone call to James Biden, Joe Biden's younger brother, and asks Biden for a lawyer. Hunter Biden has not practiced criminal law. Yeah, I wanted to get into that. I didn't know what Hunter Biden's actual law specialty ever was. He wasn't an equities guy. He wasn't a financial guy. In the pure sense of the word, he served at a bank for 2 years, but no one knows what he did. So then, as it's up here, in summer 2017, Yee tells Biden he's worried about federal authorities looking into one of his business associates, Patrick Ho. Hunter agrees to represent Ho as his lawyer. In what capacity? And how is he supposed to deal with a guy who's under investigation if he's not a criminal attorney? That's a question to be answered. March 2018, continuing. Yi Jianming, the former boss of CEFC China Energy who gave Biden the diamond, vanishes from public sight. The Chinese government detained him for questioning, but, quote, no Chinese authority has released any information about him, and he has not been formally charged with any wrongdoing, close quote. People don't disappear in China. How odd. How exceedingly odd. I don't understand. And it says their former boss. I wonder why he was the former boss. It doesn't mention why he had to step down. Unless it had something to do with Patrick Ho being arrested. Continuing. June 28, 2018. Devin Archer, who co-founded Rosemont Seneca Partners with Hunter Biden back in 2009, is convicted of, quote, conspiracy to commit securities fraud, unquote, for allegedly defrauding investors in sham Native American tribal bonds. A few months later, the conviction is overturned and a new trial is ordered. November 2018. U.S. prosecutors allege that a nonprofit funded by Xi Jinping, the man who gave Hunter Biden that large diamond, who was still missing and believed detained by the Chinese government, had used its United Nations status to offer millions in bribes to African leaders. Well, we know that China's trying to build up bases, if you will, all over the world, especially in Africa and South America. And Central America, Panama, for instance. They're doing their best to take over the Panama Canal. But I don't know if it's the original one, the new one that's under construction. I don't believe it's finished yet. Maybe it is. I haven't been paying attention. Or both. I couldn't say. Continuing under November 2018, Hunter would later tell The New Yorker that he doesn't see Yi as a, quote, shady character at all, and he characterized the outcome as, quote, bad luck. The guy disappears, and it's bad luck. Wow. Wow. March 25, 2019. Patrick Ho, Biden's former legal client, is sentenced to 3 years in prison for international bribery and money laundering offenses. A lot less than Manafort got. Continuing. He was convicted of a multi-year, multi-million-dollar scheme to bribe top officials of Chad and Uganda in exchange for business advantages for CEFC China Energy Company Limited. April 1, 2019. Writing in The Hill, John Solomon quotes Ukrainian former Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, telling him that, before he was dismissed, he was leading a wide-ranging corruption probe into Burisma Holdings, and that his plans included, quote, interrogations and other crime investigation procedures into all members of the executive board, including Hunter Biden, close quote. May 3, 2019. The Intercept reports that Hunter Biden's investment company in China, known as Bohai Harvest RST, invested in a company called Face++, which developed facial recognition software. That facial recognition software is used in an app that, quote, provides Chinese law enforcement with easy, daily access to data detailing the religious activity, blood type, and even the amount of electricity used by ethnic minority Muslims living in the western province of Xinjiang. And we know now that ethnic Muslims in China are basically being held in concentration camps. They've been rounding them up by the thousands. May 16, 2019. Yuri Lutsenko, the current prosecutor general, tells Bloomberg News that neither Hunter Biden nor Burisma was now the focus of an investigation. Quote, Hunter Biden did not violate any Ukrainian laws, at least of now. We do not see any wrongdoing. A company can pay however much it wants to its board, close quote. May 20, 2019. The New York Times reports, quote, a lawyer for Hunter Biden said he did not conduct any business related to the China Investment Fund on that trip, close quote, in December 2013. The paper also reports, quote, Christopher Hines argued to Devin Archer, who, like Hunter Biden, had joined Burisma's board, that the post created the appearance of selling influence, according to a person familiar with the conversation. Mr. Archer did not heed the advice, and Mr. Hines, who was not involved in the China or Ukraine efforts, began decoupling his business interests from those of Mr. Biden and Mr. Archer. This conversation, continuing in the article, this conversation must have occurred sometime in 2013 or 2014. July 1, 2019. Hunter Biden tells The New Yorker in an interview, I've pretty much always lived paycheck to paycheck. I never considered it struggling, but it has always been a high wire act, close quote. He was being paid $100,000 a year by MBNA, 2 years out of law school. I'm betting he didn't have any student loan debt coming out of Yale. If you can't build up savings on $100,000 a year, you have a problem with money, a big problem with money. And I think Hunter Biden's timeline that we've been reading shows that he has never, ever gotten a handle on how to handle his money. Last one. July 22, 2019. Hunter Biden issues a new statement to the Washington Post about his time on the Burisma Holdings Board. Quote, at no time have I discussed with my father the company's businesses or my board service. That's company's business. Shokin tells the Post via email, quote, All I can say is that the appointment of Hunter Biden as a member of the board of directors of the energy company is rather questionable from the point of view of effectiveness. After all, this person had no work experience either in Ukraine or in the energy sector. The activities of Burisma, the involvement of his son, Hunter Biden, and the Prosecutor General's office investigation on his tail are the only, I emphasize, the only motives for organizing my resignation. Back to the article. Other anti-corruption activists in Ukraine strongly disagree with Shokin's assessment of why he was dismissed. Well, we will get into Shokin in just a little bit. Let's remember, the Ukrainian government at that time was possibly the most corrupt government in Europe, not only Eastern Europe. And there was a lot of infighting going on. And Burisma was owned by one of the wealthiest and most influential oligarchs in all of Ukraine. So, and it was also the largest, if not one of the largest, energy companies in Ukraine. So, for that person to have enough influence over a large swath of government to make Shokin appear to be the bad guy would not be inconceivable, in my opinion. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, Beaker. What do the five fingers say to the face? Slap! Okay, I forgot to bookmark this. Let me get this in there real fast. Good. Okay, moving on. This is an article I almost read Saturday, and I really think I should have. Saturday was really kind of thrown together at the last minute. I didn't plan it very well. But this is also by John Solomon, appearing in The Hill. And I'm looking for it. This appeared September 26th of this year. So very recent. And it's titled, Solomon, These Once Secret Memos Cast Doubt on Joe Biden's Ukraine Story. Former Vice President Joe Biden, now a 2020 Democratic presidential contender, has locked into a specific story about the controversy in Ukraine. He insists that, in spring 2016, he strong-armed Ukraine to fire its chief prosecutor solely because Biden believed that official was corrupt and inept, not because the Ukrainian was investigating a natural gas company, Burisma Holdings, that hired Biden's son Hunter into a lucrative job. There's just one problem. Hundreds of pages of never-released memos and documents, many from inside the American team helping Burisma to stave off its legal troubles, conflict with Biden's narrative. And they raise the troubling prospect that U.S. officials may have painted a false picture in Ukraine that helped ease Burisma's legal troubles and stop prosecutors' plans to interview Hunter Biden during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. For instance, Burisma's American legal representatives met with Ukrainian officials just days after Biden forced the firing of the country's chief prosecutors and offered, quote, an apology for dissemination of false information by U.S. representatives and public figures, close quote, about the Ukrainian prosecutors, according to the Ukrainian government's official memo of the meeting. The effort to secure that meeting began the same day the prosecutors' firing was announced. In addition, Burisma's American team offered to introduce Ukrainian prosecutors to Obama administration officials to make amends according to that memo and the American legal team's internal emails. The memos raise troubling questions. 1. If the Ukrainian I keep wanting to say Ukrainians. If the Ukraine prosecutors' firing involved only its alleged corruption and ineptitude, why did Burisma's American legal team refer to those allegations as, quote, false information? 2. If the firing had nothing to do with the Burisma case, as Biden has adamantly claimed, why would Burisma's American lawyers contact the replacement prosecutor within hours of the termination and urgently seek a meeting in Ukraine to discuss the case? Ukrainian prosecutors say they have tried to get this information to the U.S. Department of Justice since the summer of 2018, fearing it might be evidence of possible violations of U.S. ethics laws. First, they hired a former federal prosecutor to bring the information to the U.S. Attorney in New York, who they say showed no interest. Then the Ukrainians reached out to President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Ukraine's new president, Volodymyr Zelensky told Trump in July that he plans to launch his own wide-ranging investigation into what happened with the Bidens and Burisma. Quote, I am knowledgeable about the situation, unquote, Zelensky told Trump, asking the American president to forward any evidence he might know about. Quote, the issue of the investigation of the case is actually the issue of making sure to restore the honesty, so we will take care of that and will work on the investigation of the case. Close quote. Biden has faced scrutiny since December 2015, when the New York Times published a story noting that Burisma hired Hunter Biden just weeks after the vice president was asked by President Obama to oversee the U.S.-Ukraine relations. Oversee U.S., not the U.S. That story also alerted Biden's office that Prosecutor General Victor Shokin had an active investigation of Burisma and its founder. Documents I obtained this year detail an effort to change the narrative after the Times story about Hunter Biden, with the help 2 days after the Times story about a strategy to counter the, quote, new wave of scrutiny, and stated that he and Hunter Biden had just met at the State Department. The text suggested there was about to be a new, quote, USAID project the embassy is announcing with us, unquote, and that it was, quote, perfect for us to move forward now with momentum. This is sounding very familiar. Did I read this already? Flag me if you think I already read this. I was doing so much research that I got kind of confused for a little while. But if you want me, I'll continue unless someone tells me to stop. Continuing. I have sued the State Department for any records related to that meeting. The reason is simple. There is both a public interest and an ethics question to knowing if Hunter Biden and his team sought states' assistance while his father was vice president. The controversy ignited anew earlier this year when I disclosed that Joe Biden admitted during a 2018 videotaped speech that, as vice president in March 2016, he threatened to cancel $1 billion, it was actually $1.2 billion, in U.S. loan guarantees to pressure Ukraine's then-president Petro Poroshenko to fire Shokin. At the time, Shokin's office was investigating Burisma. Shokin told me he was making plans to question Hunter Biden about $3 million in fees that Biden and his partner Archer collected from Burisma through their American firm. Documents seized by the FBI in an unrelated case confirm the payments, which in many months totaled more than $166,000. And again, we will be getting to that. Some media outlets have reported that, at the time Joe Biden forced the firing in March 2016, there were no open investigations. Those reports are wrong. A British-based investigation of Burisma's owner was closed down in early 2015 on a technicality, and I believe we're going to talk about that a little bit, when a deadline for documents was not met. But the Ukraine Prosecutor General's office still had 2 open inquiries in March 2016, according to the official case file provided me. One of those cases involved taxes, the other allegations of corruption. Burisma announced the cases against it were not closed and settled until January 2017. As I first reported in a column, the New York Times and ABC News published similar stories confirming my reporting. Joe Biden has since responded that he forced Shokin's firing over concerns about corruption and ineptitude, which he claims were widely shared by Western allies and that had nothing to do with the Burisma investigation. Some of the new documents I obtained call that claim into question. In a newly sworn affidavit prepared for a European court, Shokin testified that when he was fired in March 2016, he was told the reason was that Biden was unhappy about the Burisma investigation. Quote, the truth is that I was forced out because I was leading a wide-ranging corruption probe into Burisma Holdings, a natural gas firm active in Ukraine, and Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was a member of the board of directors, close quote, Shokin testified. Quote, on several occasions, President Poroshenko asked me to have a look at the case against Burisma and consider the possibility of winding down the investigative actions in respect of this company, but I refused to close this investigation, Shokin added. Shokin certainly would have reason to hold a grudge over his firing, but his account is supported by documents from Burisma's legal team in America, which appeared to be moving into Ukraine with intensity as Biden's effort to fire Shokin picked up steam. Burisma's own accounting records show that it paid tens of thousands of dollars while Hunter Biden served on the board of an American lobbying and public relations firm, Blue Star Strategies, and I have something about that, run by Sally Painter and Karen Tramontano, both who served in President Bill Clinton's administration. Just days before Biden forced Shokin's firing, Painter met with the number 2 official at the Ukrainian embassy in Washington and asked to meet officials in Kiev, around the same time that Joe Biden visited there. Ukrainian embassy employee Oksana Shulyar emailed Painter afterwards, quote, "With regards to the meetings in Kiev, I suggest that you wait until the next week, when there is an expected vote of the government's reshuffle," close quote. Ukraine's Washington embassy confirmed the conversation between Shulyar and Painter, but said the reference to a shakeup in Ukrainian government was not specifically referring to Shokin's firing or anything to do with Burisma. Painter then asked one of the Ukraine embassy's workers to open the door for meetings with Ukraine's prosecutors about the Burisma investigation, the memos show. Eventually, Blue Star would pay that Ukrainian official money for his help with the prosecutor's office. At the time, Blue Star worked in concert with an American criminal defense lawyer, John Beretta, who was hired by Burisma to help address the case in Ukraine. The case was settled in January 2017 for a few $1,000,000 in fines for alleged tax issues. Beretta, Painter, Tramontano, Hunter Biden, and Joe Biden's campaign have not responded to numerous calls and emails seeking comment. On March 29, 2016, the day Shokin's firing was announced, Beretta asked to speak with Yuri Sevruk, the prosecutor named to temporarily replace Shokin, but was turned down, the memos show. Blue Star, using the Ukrainian embassy worker it had hired, eventually scored a meeting with Sevruk on April 6, 2016, a week after Shokin's firing. A lobbying firm hiring an embassy worker for a foreign government? Is that legal? I mean, even if it's not legal through American jurisprudence, is it legal in Ukraine to do that? I would be very interested to know that. I did not look that up. I didn't even think of it. Let's see. Blue Star, using the Ukrainian embassy worker it had hired, eventually scored a meeting with Sevruk on April 6, 2016, a week after Shokin's firing. I already read that. I beg your pardon. Sevruk memorialized the meeting in a government memo that the General Prosecutor's Office provided to me, stating that the 3 Americans offered an apology for the, quote, false narrative that had been provided by U.S. officials about Shokin being corrupt and inept. They realized that the information disseminated in the U.S. was incorrect and that they would facilitate my visit to the U.S. for the purpose of delivering the true information to the State Department management, the memo stated. The memo also quoted the Americans as saying they knew Shokin pursued an aggressive corruption investigation against Burisma's owner, only to be thwarted by British allies. Quote, "These individuals noted that they had been aware that the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine had implemented all required steps for prosecution, and that he was released by the British court due to the underperformance of the British law enforcement agencies." And again, we'll get to that. The memo provides a vastly different portrayal of Shokin's than Biden's, and its contents are partially backed by subsequent emails from Blue Star and Beretta that confirm the offer to bring Ukrainian authorities to meet the Obama administration in Washington. For instance, Tramontano wrote the Ukrainian prosecution team on April 16, 2016, saying U.S. Justice Department officials, including top international prosecutor Bruce Schwartz, might be willing to meet. Quote, "The reforms are not known to the U.S. Justice Department, and it would be useful for the Prosecutor General to meet officials in the U.S. and share this information directly," she wrote. Beretta sent a similar email to the Ukrainians, writing that, quote, "I think you would find it productive to meet with DOJ officials in Washington," close quote, and providing contact information for Schwartz. Quote, "I would be happy to help," close quote, added Beretta, a former senior DOJ official. Burisma, Beretta, and Blue Star continued throughout 2016 to try to resolve the open issues in Ukraine, and memos recount various contacts with the State Department and the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, I'm sticking with that, seeking help in getting the Burisma case resolved. Just days before Trump took office, Burisma announced it had resolved all of its legal issues, and Beretta gave an interview in Ukraine about he helped navigate the issues. Today, two questions remain. One is whether it was ethically improper or even illegal for Biden to intervene to fire the prosecutor handling Burisma's case given his son's interests. That is one that requires more investigation and the expertise of lawyers. The second is whether Biden has given the American people an honest accounting of what happened. The new documents I obtained raise serious doubts about his story's credibility, and that's an issue that needs to be resolved by voters. And again, that's by John Solomon in The Hill, back on September 26th. Okay, moving on. This is the New York Times. This is from December 8th, 2015, by James Risen. This article was referenced earlier. When Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. traveled to Kiev, Ukraine on Sunday for a series of meetings with the country's leaders, one of the issues on his agenda was to encourage a more aggressive fight against Ukraine's rampant corruption and stronger efforts to rein in the powers of its oligarchs. Now, this is about the time that Biden was first pushing to get that Shokin fired. Remember, it didn't happen all at once during the strong arm that Biden performed against Ukraine. He'd been trying for a period of time before that, and this is outlining one of those times. Continuing. But the credibility of the vice president's anti-corruption message may have been undermined by the association of his son, Hunter Biden, with one of Ukraine's largest natural gas companies, Burisma Holdings, and with its owner, Mykola Zlochevsky, had no trouble with that earlier, who was Ukraine's ecology minister under former President Viktor F. Yanukovych before he was forced into exile. Hunter Biden, 45, a former Washington lobbyist, joined the Burisma board in April 2014. That month, as part of an investigation into money laundering, British officials froze London bank accounts containing $23 million that allegedly belonged to Mr. Zlochevsky. Britain's Serious Fraud Office, an independent government agency, specifically forbade Mr. Zlochevsky, as well as Burisma Holdings, the company's chief legal officer, and another company owned by Mr. Zlochevsky, to have any access to the accounts. But after Ukrainian prosecutors refused to provide documents needed in the investigation, a British court in January ordered the Serious Fraud Office to unfreeze the assets. The refusal by the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office to cooperate was the target of a stinging attack by the American ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey R. Piot, who called out Burisma's owner by name in a speech in September. Quote, "In the case of former ecology minister Mykola Zlochevsky, the UK authorities had seized $23 million in illicit assets that belonged to the Ukrainian people," close quote, Mr. Piot said. Officials at the Prosecutor General's office, he added, were asked by the United Kingdom, quote, to send documents supporting the seizure. Instead, they sent letters to Zlochevsky's attorneys attesting that there was no case against him. As a result, the money was freed by the UK court, and shortly thereafter, the money was moved to Cyprus. I have to break very quickly. I'm going to type and ask, if she can't hear me right now, to Picasso Knows, please turn on the AC. It is getting hot in here. Turn on the AC. Okay. Oh, I didn't even spell her name right. Picasso 1. Picasso Own. That was screwy. Anyway, I think she heard me. Okay, folks, back to the comedy jokes. Mr. Pyatt went on to call for an investigation into, quote, the misconduct of the prosecutors who wrote the letters. In his speech, the ambassador did not mention Hunter Biden's connection to Burisma. Now, we had mentioned earlier that the UK authorities, quote, underperformed. And now we have an attestation that the Ukrainians slow-rolled the investigation, did not provide the documents required by the deadline, and that's what canceled the case against Zlochevsky. And we'll have a third explanation coming up. Continuing. Now you look at the Hunter Biden situation, and on the one hand, you can credit the father for sending the anti-corruption message, close quote, Mr. Cho said. But I think, unfortunately, it sends the message. I skipped a paragraph. Let me back up. But Edward C. Cho, who follows Ukrainian policy at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said the involvement of the vice president's son with Mr. Zlochevsky's firm undermined the Obama administration's anti-corruption message in Ukraine. Okay, now continuing. Now you look at the Hunter Biden situation, and on the one hand, you can credit the father for sending the anti-corruption message, Mr. Cho said. But I think unfortunately, it sends the message that a lot of foreign countries want to believe about America, that we are hypocritical about these issues. Kate Bedingfield, a spokesman for the vice president, said Hunter Biden's business dealings had no impact on his father's policy positions in connection with Ukraine. Quote, Hunter Biden is a private citizen and a lawyer, she said. The vice president does not endorse any particular company and has no involvement with this company. The vice president has pushed aggressively for years, both publicly and with groups like the U.S.-Ukraine Business Forum, and privately in meetings with Ukrainian leaders, for Ukraine to make every effort to investigate and prosecute corruption in accordance with the rule of law. It will once again be a key focus during his trip this week. Ryan F. Toohey, a Burisma spokesman, said that Hunter Biden would not comment for this article. It is not known how Mr. Biden came to the attention of the company. It's been a running joke that he probably was not on ZipRecruiter. And I will be happy to repeat that, because I think it's a pretty good joke. Continuing. Announcing his appointment to the board, Alan Apter, a former Morgan Stanley investment banker who is chairman of Burisma, said, the company's strategy is aimed at the strongest concentration of professional staff and the introduction of best corporate practices, and we're delighted that Mr. Biden is joining us to help us achieve these goals. Morgan Stanley is going to come up later, too. Continuing. Joining the board at the same time was one of Mr. Biden's American business partners, Devon Archer. Both are involved with Rosemont Seneca Partners, an American investment firm with offices in Washington. Mr. Biden is the younger of the vice president's two sons. His brother Beau died of brain cancer in May. In the past, Hunter Biden attracted an unusual level of scrutiny and even controversy. In 2014, he was discharged from the Navy Reserve after testing positive for cocaine use. He received a commission as an ensign in 2013, and he served as a public affairs officer. Cushy gig. Before his father was vice president, Mr. Biden also briefly served as president of a hedge fund group, Paradigm Companies, in which he was involved with one of his uncles, James Biden, the vice president's brother. That deal went sour amid lawsuits in 2007 and 2008, involving the Bidens and an erstwhile business partner, Mr. Biden, a graduate of Georgetown University and Yale Law School, also worked as a lobbyist before his father became vice president. Burisma does not disclose the compensation of its board members because it is a privately held company, Mr. Toohey said Monday, but he added that the amount was, quote, not out of the ordinary, quote, unquote, for similar corporate board positions. Asked about the British investigation, which is continuing, Mr. Toohey said, quote, not only was the case dismissed and the company vindicated by the outcome, but it speaks volumes that all his legal costs were recouped, close quote. In response to Mr. Pyatt's criticism of the Ukrainian handling of Mr. Zlochevsky's case, Mr. Toohey said that, quote, strong corporate governance and transparency are priorities shared by both the United States and the leadership of Burisma. Burisma is working to bring the energy sector into the modern era, which is critical for a free and strong Ukraine. So in other words, he didn't answer the question. Vice President Biden has played a leading role in American policy towards Ukraine as Washington seeks to counter Russian intervention in eastern Ukraine. This week's visit was his 5th trip to Ukraine as vice president. Ms. Bedingfield said Hunter Biden had never traveled to Ukraine with his father. He didn't have to. Continuing, she also said that Ukrainian officials had never mentioned Hunter Biden's role with Burisma to the vice president during any of his visits. Well, we know that's a lie because of the New Yorker article, which specifically quoted Hunter as saying that he talked with his dad at least once about the business, about Burisma, and Joe said, "I hope you know what you're doing," and Hunter said, "I do." Fairly conclusive. Of course, that was a total lie. He had no idea what he was doing. H. Sunset, welcome. Didn't see you sneak in. Beaker's leaving. Sorry, Beaker. But H. Sunset says Hunter was listed on LinkedIn to power. I like that. I've still got a LinkedIn profile. In fact, I updated it a few months ago, just for grins. What the hell? It's all about shooting. Continuing. I've got to believe that somebody in the vice president's office has done some due diligence on this, close quote, said Stephen Pfeiffer, who was the American ambassador to Ukraine from 1998 to 2000. Quote, I should say that I hope that has happened. I would hope that they have done some kind of check because I think the vice president has done a very good job of sending the anti-corruption message in Ukraine, and you would hate to see something like this undercut that message. So hope and prayers from the former ambassador. Hope and prayers. Not that I'm discounting hope and prayers as an effective measure to show sympathy and support. In this particular instance, though, instead of having a concrete idea of what was going on, it was basically, I hope and I pray that things are the way they should be. That's, in my opinion, totally different. All right, let me bookmark this. Okay, continuing. Another article by John Solomon. This one is from April 1st. That was referenced in the timeline we read at the beginning. And it is titled, Joe Biden's 2020 Ukrainian Nightmare. A closed probe is revived. 2 years after leaving office, Joe Biden couldn't resist the temptation last year to brag to an audience of foreign policy specialists about the time as vice president that he strong-armed Ukraine into firing its top prosecutor. In his own words, with video cameras rolling, Biden described how he threatened Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko in March 2016 that the Obama administration would pull $1.2 billion in U.S. loan guarantees, sending the former Soviet republic towards insolvency if it didn't immediately fire Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin. Quote, I said, quote, you're not getting the billion, unquote. I'm going to be leaving here in, I think it was about 6 hours. I looked at them and I said, quote, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money, close quote. Biden recalled telling Poroshenko, quote, well, son of a bitch, he got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid at the time, close quote. Biden told the Council on Foreign Relations event, insisting that President Obama was in on the threat. Interviews with a half-dozen senior Ukrainian officials confirmed Biden's account, though they claim the pressure was applied over several months in late 2015 and early 2016, not just 6 hours of one dramatic day. Whatever the case, Poroshenko and Ukraine's parliament obliged by ending Shokin's tenure as prosecutor. Shokin was facing steep criticism in Ukraine and among some U.S. officials for not bringing enough corruption prosecutions when he was fired. But Ukrainian officials tell me there was one crucial piece of information that Biden must have known but didn't mention to his audience. The prosecutor he got fired was leading a wide-ranging corruption probe into the natural gas firm Burisma Holdings that employed Biden's younger son Hunter as a board member. U.S. banking records show Hunter Biden's American-based firm, Rosemont Seneca Partners, LLC, received regular transfers into one of its accounts, usually more than $166,000 a month, I can confirm that, from Burisma from spring 2014 through fall 2015, during a period when Vice President Biden was the main U.S. official dealing with Ukraine and its tense relations with Russia. The General Prosecutor's official file for the Burisma probe, shared with me by senior Ukrainian officials, showed prosecutors identified Hunter Biden, business partner Devin Archer, and their firm Rosemont Seneca as potential recipients of money. Shokin told me in written answers to questions that, before he was fired as general prosecutor, he had made, quote, specific plans for the investigation that, quote, included interrogations and other crime investigation procedures into all members of the executive board, including Hunter Biden, close quote. He added, quote, I would like to emphasize the fact that presumption of innocence is a principle in Ukraine, close quote, and that he couldn't describe the evidence further. William Russo, a spokesman for Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, did not respond to email messages Monday seeking comment. The phone number at Rosemont Seneca Partners, LLC in Washington was no longer in service on Monday. The timing of Hunter Biden's and Archer's appointment to Burisma's board has been highlighted in the past by the New York Times in December 2015 and in a 2016 book by conservative author Peter Schweizer. And I haven't read it, but it sounds like an absolutely fascinating book. Continuing. Although Biden has made no mention of his son in his 2018 speech, U.S. and Ukrainian authorities both told me Biden and his office clearly had to know about the general prosecutor's probe of Burisma and his son's role. They noted that. And a series of bullet points here. Bullet point 1. Hunter Biden's appointment to the board was widely reported in American media. 2. The U.S. Embassy in Kiev that coordinated Biden's work in the country repeatedly and publicly discussed the general prosecutor's case against Burisma. 3. Great Britain took very public action against Burisma while Joe Biden was working with that government on Ukraine issues. And 4. Biden's office was quoted on the record acknowledging Hunter Biden's role in Burisma in a New York Times article about the general prosecutor's Burisma case that appeared 4 months before Biden forced the firing of Shokin. The vice president's office suggested in that article that Hunter Biden was a lawyer free to pursue his own private business deals. President Obama named Biden the administration's point man on Ukraine in February 2014 after a popular revolution ousted Russia-friendly President Viktor Yanukovych and as Moscow sent military forces into Ukraine's Crimea territory. And we all know how great a job Obama did against the Russian forces in Crimea. Really set them back on their heels. Continuing. According to Schweizer's book, Vice President Biden met with Archer in April 2014, right as Archer was named to the board at Burisma. A month later, Hunter Biden was named to the board to oversee Burisma's legal team. See, hadn't gotten there before. We knew he was on the board, but now he's overseeing the legal team. With what qualifications? He doesn't know anything about energy, doesn't know anything about international financing with or legal relations with energy. The guy's a cipher. And exactly what was he doing as overseer? What actions did he take? I'd love to know that too. Continuing. But the Ukrainian investigation and Joe Biden's effort to fire the prosecutor overseeing it has escaped without much public debate. Much of the general prosecutor's investigative work on Burisma focused on 3 separate cases, and most stopped abruptly once Shokin was fired. The most prominent of the Burisma cases was transferred to a different Ukrainian agency closely aligned with the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, known as the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, NABU, according to the case file and current general prosecutor Yuri Lutsenko. NABU closed that case, and a second case involving alleged improper money transfers in London was dropped when Ukrainian officials failed to file the necessary documents by the required deadline. The General Prosecutor's Office successfully secured a multi-million-dollar judgment in a tax evasion case, Lutsenko said. He did not say who was the actual defendant in that case. As a result, the Biden family appeared to have escaped the potential for an embarrassing inquiry overseas in the final days of the Obama administration and during an election in which Democrat Hillary Clinton was running for president in 2016. But then, as Biden's 2020 campaign ramped up over the past year, Lutsenko, the Ukrainian prosecutor that Biden once hailed as a, quote, solid replacement for Shokin, began looking into what happened with the Burisma case that had been shut down. Lutsenko told me that, and remember, this is John Solomon, Lutsenko told me that, while reviewing the Burisma investigative files, he discovered, quote, members of the board obtained funds as well as other U.S.-based legal entity, as well as another U.S.-based legal entity, Rosemont Seneca Partners, LLC, for consulting services. Lutsenko said some of the evidence he knows about in the Burisma case may interest U.S. authorities, and he'll likely present that information to new U.S. Attorney General William Barr, particularly the Vice President's intervention. Quote, unfortunately, Mr. Biden had correlated and connected this aid with some of the HR personnel, human resources, issues and changes in the prosecutor's office, Lutsenko said. Nazar Kolodnitsky, the lead anti-corruption prosecutor in Lutsenko's office, confirmed to me in an interview that part of the Burisma investigation was reopened in 2018 after Joe Biden made his remarks. Quote, we were able to start this case again, Kolodnitsky said. But he said the separate Ukrainian police agency that investigates corruption has dragged its feet in gathering evidence. Quote, we don't see any results from this case 1 year after the reopening because of some external influence, he said, declining to be more specific. Ukraine is in the middle of a hard-fought presidential election, which is now over, and Volodymyr Zelensky is new president. Of course, you know he was elected on a broad anti-corruption campaign. Political neophyte, former comedian. Hard-fought presidential election is a frequent target of intelligence operations by neighboring Russia and suffers from rampant political corruption nationwide. Thus, many Americans might take the restart of the Burisma case with a grain of salt, and rightfully so. But what makes Lutsenko's account compelling is that federal authorities in America, in an entirely different case, uncovered financial records showing just how much Hunter Biden's and Archer's company, trying to read too fast, received from Burisma while Joe Biden acted as Obama's point man on Ukraine. Between April 2014 and October 2015, more than $3 million was paid out of Burisma accounts to an account linked to Biden's and Archer's Rosemont Seneca firm, according to the financial records placed in a federal court file in Manhattan in an unrelated case against Archer. The bank records show that on most months when Burisma money flowed, 2 wire transfers of $83,333.33 each were sent to the Rosemont Seneca connected account on the same day. And again, I have those records, and we'll go over them. Continuing, the same Rosemont Seneca linked account typically then would pay Hunter Biden one or more payments ranging from $5,000 to $25,000 each. Prosecutors reviewed internal company documents and wanted to interview Hunter Biden and Archer about why they had received such payments, according to interviews. I want to check and make sure we're still on. That was really strange. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Here we go. Continuing. Lutsenko said Ukrainian company board members legally can pay themselves for work they do if it benefits the company's bottom line, but prosecutors never got to determine the merits of the payments to Rosemont because of the way the investigation was shut down. As for Joe Biden's intervention in getting Lutsenko's predecessor fired in the midst of the Burisma investigation, Lutsenko suggested that that was a matter to discuss with Attorney General Barr. Quote, "Of course, I would be happy to have a conversation with him about this issue," close quote. As the now completed Russia collusion investigation showed us, every American, remember this was written back in April, every American deserves the right to be presumed innocent until evidence is made public or a conviction is secured, especially when some matters of a case involve foreigners. The same presumption should be afforded to Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Devon Archer, and Burisma in the Ukraine case. Nonetheless, some hard questions should be answered by Biden as he prepares, potentially, to run for president in 2020. I think he's regretting that decision now. Continuing. Was it appropriate for your son and his firm to cash in on Ukraine while you served as point man for Ukraine policy? What work was performed for the money Hunter Biden's firm received? Did you know about the Burisma probe? And when it was publicly announced that your son worked for Burisma, should you have recused yourself from leveraging a U.S. policy to pressure the prosecutor who very publicly pursued Burisma? Again, John Solomon, rocking the house. Love that guy. Excuse me. More tea. All right, we're done with that. Another Hill article. This is by John Solomon again. This was dated a week after the one we just read, April 7th of this year. 135,606 shares. I'd say this is a popular article. The title is Ukrainian to U.S. prosecutors. Why don't you want our evidence on Democrats? Continuing. Ukrainian law enforcement officials believe they have evidence of wrongdoing by American Democrats and their allies in Kiev, ranging from 2016 election interference to obstructing criminal probes. But, they say, they've been thwarted in trying to get the Trump Justice Department to act. Konstantin Kuliak, deputy head of the Prosecutor General's International Legal Cooperation Department, told me he and other senior law enforcement officials tried unsuccessfully since last year to get visas from the U.S. Embassy in Kiev to deliver their evidence to Washington. Quote, "We were supposed to share this information during a working trip to the United States," Kuliak told me in a wide-ranging interview. Continuing the quote, "However, the U.S. ambassador blocked us from obtaining a visa. She didn't explicitly deny our visa, but she also didn't give it to us." Close quote. One focus of Ukrainian investigators, Kuliak said, has been money spirited unlawfully out of Ukraine and moved to the United States by businessmen friendly to the prior pro-Russia regime of Viktor Yanukovych. Ukrainian businessmen, quote, "authorized payments for lobbying efforts directed at the U.S. government," close quote, he told me. Another quote, "In addition, these payments were made from funds that were acquired during the money laundering operation. We have information that a U.S. company was involved in these payments," close quote. That company is tied to one or more prominent Democrats, Ukrainian officials insist. In another instance, he said, Ukrainian authorities gathered evidence that money paid to an American Democrat allegedly was hidden by Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the aforementioned NABU, if you might remember, during the 2016 election under pressure from U.S. officials. Quote, "In the course of this investigation, we found there was a situation during which influence was exerted on the NABU so that the name of the American would not be mentioned," he said. Ukraine is infamous for corruption and disinformation operations. Its police agencies fight over what is considered evidence of wrongdoing. Kuliak and his bosses even have political fights over who should and shouldn't be prosecuted. Consequently, allegations emanating from Kiev are usually taken with a grain of salt. But many of the allegations shared with me by more than half a dozen senior Ukrainian officials are supported by evidence that emerged in recent U.S. court filings and intelligence reports. The Ukrainians told me their evidence includes, and a series of bullet points here. 1. Sworn statements from two Ukrainian officials admitting that their agency tried to influence, pay attention to this one, tried to influence the 2016 U.S. presidential election in favor of Hillary Clinton. The effort included leaking an alleged ledger showing payments to then Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort. And we've referenced that ledger before. It's known as the Black Ledger, and there are absolutely no pieces of corroborating evidence to back up that ledger. It appears to have been made up out of whole cloth. Basically a second Steele dossier, at this time against Manafort specifically. Bullet point 2. Contacts between Democratic figures in Washington and Ukrainian officials that involved passing along dirt on Donald Trump. 3. Financial records showing a Ukrainian natural gas company routed more than $3 million to American accounts tied to Hunter Biden, younger son of then Vice President Joe Biden, who managed U.S.-Ukraine relations for the Obama administration. Biden's son served on the board of a Ukrainian natural gas company, Burisma Holdings. And 4. Records that Vice President Biden pressured Ukrainian officials in March 2016 to fire the prosecutor who oversaw an investigation of Burisma Holdings and who planned to interview Hunter Biden about the financial transfers. 5. Correspondence showing members of the State Department and U.S. Embassy in Kiev interfered or applied pressure in criminal cases on Ukrainian soil. And last bullet point 6, disbursements of as much as $7 billion, that's billion with a B, folks, dollars in Ukrainian funds that prosecutors believe may have been misappropriated or taken out of the country, including to the United States. Ukrainian officials say they don't want to hand the evidence to FBI agents working in Ukraine because they believe the Bureau has a close relationship with the NABU and the U.S. Embassy. Quote, "It is no secret in Ukrainian political circles that the NABU was created with American help and tried to exert influence during the U.S. presidential election," close quote, Kulik told me. Kulik's boss, Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko, told me he has enough evidence. I almost said he has had enough. Told me he has enough evidence, particularly involving Biden, his family, and money spirited out of Ukraine, to warrant a meeting with U.S. Attorney General William Barr. Quote, "I'm looking forward to meeting with the Attorney General of the United States in order to start and facilitate our joint investigation regarding the appropriation of another $7 billion, $7 billion in U.S. dollars, with Ukrainian legal origin," Lutsenko said. I wrote last week that Biden, in 2016, pressured Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko to fire Ukraine's top prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, who was investigating Burisma. Kulik confirmed Ukraine is investigating that alleged incident. Quote, "We have evidence and witnesses stating that Joe Biden applied pressure on Ukrainian law enforcement to stop the investigation." Ukrainian officials have gone public in recent days with their frustrations after months of trying to deliver the evidence quietly to the Trump Department of Justice fizzled. Unable to secure visas from the U.S. Embassy, some Ukrainian law enforcement officials sought backdoor channels, Kulik said. One of those avenues involved reaching out last fall to a former federal prosecutor from the George W. Bush years, according to interviews. He delivered a written summary of some of the Ukrainians' allegations to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan, along with an offer to connect U.S. investigators with individuals purporting to have the evidence. There was no response or follow-up, according to multiple people directly familiar with the effort. Let me interject here. I want to know if the prosecutor that they went to in the SDNY was the Attorney General. The highest attorney, the district attorney for SDNY, or did he consider himself recused from that part of Trump Russia as well, and therefore turned it over to one of his deputies, who we know are in the bag for the previous administration? I'd like to know who it was that information was directed to. That would be a fascinating bit of verification. Continuing. More recently, President Trump's private attorney, Rudy Giuliani, former mayor and former U.S. attorney in New York City, learned about some of the allegations while, on behalf of the Trump legal team, he looked into Ukrainian involvement in the 2016 election. Again, the Ukrainians reached out to Rudy. The State Department gave their imprimatur on this activity. Rudy is not the focus. It should not be the focus. Joe Biden and the Ukrainians should be the focus. Looking at Rudy the way the Dems and the media are is a complete red herring. It's complete disinformation and should be ignored with every effort you can muster, in my humble opinion. Welcome, Deep State Misinformation, Disinformation. States the Black Ledger was fabricated. Absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind, I think, or anyone's mind. Unless they can't read. I don't know if I read that full paragraph after I got to Giuliani. So let me just say, learned about some of the allegations while on behalf of the Trump legal team, he looked into Ukrainian involvement in the 2016 election. Since then, Lutsenko and others have talked with other American lawyers about helping to file U.S. legal action to recover money they believe was wrongly taken from their country. Quote, "It's like no one at DOJ is listening. There is some compelling evidence that should at least be looked at, evaluated, but the door seems shut at both state and justice," close quote, said an American who has been contacted for help and briefed on the evidence. State Department officials declined to address whether they denied or slow-walked visas for Ukrainian officials. Quote, "Visa records are confidential under U.S. law, therefore we cannot discuss the details of individual visa cases," close quote, a department spokesperson said. Sure, Trump is screamed at and hollered at and lit on fire until he releases the contents of a classified phone call between himself and Vladimir Zelensky. But the American embassy or consulate, whichever it is, in Ukraine is privileged when it comes to their visa cases. No double standard whatsoever. Completely transparent and above board. Continuing. Ukraine's evidence, if true, would mark the first documented allegation of Democrats receiving assistance from a foreign power in their efforts to help Clinton win the 2016 election. And again, we investigate Trump for nearly 3 years, but almost over 3 years actually. But the Democrats did exactly what Trump's been accused of, both seeking information and receiving information from foreign governments, and not a peep out of the media. But Judgment Day's coming, folks. Don't forget, the IG report and the Durham report are on their way. I have no idea when the Durham report's supposed to come out, and we've been saying that the IG report's been coming out since August, but justice comes slowly, but justly. That was stupid. Justice comes slowly. Let's just leave it at that. Done. Full stop. Justice comes slowly. Continuing. Quote, "It looks like there is some evidence emerging that there could have been a proxy war between Russia and Ukraine to secure their preferred American president during the 2016 race," close quote, said a former top intelligence official who now advises the Trump administration on intelligence policy. Well, if he knows about intelligence policy, then maybe he would know that Russia basically did nothing to influence the U.S. election in 2016, unless he buys into the bullshit narrative provided by the intelligence community and the Hillary campaign. I'd like to have a chat with this gentleman. DI Freighter Watcher says, "Moving like a herd of turtles." Is that a Mitch McConnell reference? Are you talking about Cocaine Mitch? Sorry, I had to do that. I know you're not. I just had to throw that in there. Continuing. There is public source information in Ukraine and in the United States that gives credence to some of what Ukrainian prosecutors allege. A court in Ukraine formally concluded that law enforcement officials there illegally tried to intervene in the 2016 U.S. election by leaking documents of Manafort's business dealings after he was named Trump's campaign chairman. And a Ukrainian parliamentarian released a purported tape recording of a top Ukrainian law enforcement official bragging that he was responsible for the leak and was trying to help Clinton win. We've known about those for quite some time. Lutsenko told Hill TV in an interview aired last week that he has opened a criminal investigation into those allegations. Nellie Orr, wife of a senior justice official and a researcher for the Fusion GPS opposition research firm, testified to Congress last year that some of Fusion GPS's research on Trump-Russia ties came from a Ukrainian parliamentarian. The Democratic Party and the Clinton campaign paid Fusion GPS to dig up dirt on Trump. And we all know about Nellie Orr because we read her testimony. Some of you weren't here for that. Feel free to go back. It's okay. It's not bombshell testimony. And I think, as I've said before many times, if you really want to catch the best of all of the closed-door hearings that I read, the ones that were released by Representative Doug Collins out of Georgia, you want to watch the George Papadopoulos testimony. That, I think, is the most important of all of them. Papadopoulos, as Dan Bongino has often stated, is the key. He may be described as a low-level coffee boy by some of the people in the Trump team, on the Trump team, but it was Papadopoulos and the setup that the Obama administration intelligence people played on him that created Crossfire Hurricane. So Papadopoulos is key. I highly recommend you go back and watch that particular video. It's eye-opening. And once you've watched that, read his book. It's a great book. I read it cover to cover in a day and a half. Couldn't put it down. It's very well written, kind of colloquial. It's not, doesn't beat you over the head with dry detail, things like that. A very fun read, but a very infuriating read, just like the closed door testimony we read. We'll just say one thing. I was still finding my legs when it came to reading this testimony. I stumble a lot. It's not the greatest read of mine. I've gotten better over time, but still, those issues aside, it really needs to be watched. Really needs to be watched. And not because of the job that I did, but because of the information that you get out of it. Continuing. Although Orr acknowledged the Ukrainian source, lawmakers did not press her to be more specific. And Politico reported in 2017 on evidence of Ukraine's U.S. embassy helping the Clinton campaign to discredit Trump. Quote, a Ukrainian-American operative who was consulting for the Democratic National Committee met with top officials in the Ukrainian embassy in Washington in an effort to expose ties between Trump, top campaign aide Paul Manafort, and Russia, the newspaper reported. Separately, the conservative nonprofit Citizens United last month filed a lawsuit seeking to force the State Department to disclose all information it possesses about Hunter Biden and his business partners involved with Ukraine-based Burisma Holdings. If Ukrainian prosecutors can augment their allegations with real evidence, there could be a true case of collusion worth investigating. The only question is why the U.S. government so far hasn't taken interest, and whether Attorney General Barr will change that. Fascinating article. I know it recapped some of the things we already knew, but still there's a lot of good information in there. I'm glad I found it. So what's next here? Okay. We are now into the memos and documents, etc., that John Solomon posted. Some of these were posted earlier than this past Thursday, but they are part of the trench. And I will say straight out, it took me a while to dig through all of the John Solomon downloads on Scribd to find the ones that were relevant, because John Solomon doesn't name his documents very well. He's a great writer, terrible file manager. So I've tried to put them in the best order possible. You may disagree with how they come in line, and I totally understand that. But this is my best effort, so I hope you'll be able to follow along and get as much out of these as you can. Now, this beginning one is the Open Society 2014 memo. And I think you know Open Society is a George Soros operation. So this is a 24-page piece of work. It's very important that we go through it. It gives the groundwork for what was done to Shelkoff. And is that the name of the prosecutor that got fired? I believe it's Shelkoff. I just forgot. Now, remind me in the box. Flag me. We'll get it out. So anyway, this needs to be read. So let's get started. Because okay. Open Society Justice Initiative, Anti-Corruption Program, Portfolio Review Presentation Memorandum, dated 21 February 2014. Introduction. This memorandum sets out the context, program rationales, goals, achievements, lessons learned, and anticipated trajectory of future development for the Open Society Justice Initiative's anti-corruption work, with an eye to reappraisal and, as appropriate, readjustment of our strategy and work methods. Shokoff. That's it, H. Sunset. Shokoff. Thank you. Nice job. I appreciate that. Continuing. Now remember, if you're not familiar with what George Soros is doing when it comes to, quote, anti-corruption, is he's trying as hard as possible to get elected as many pro-Soros judges and district attorneys as possible. If you look at at the 2018 election, where there were a lot of district attorneys and city attorneys elected that were Soros-backed, look at the job they've done since they came in, and they're complete disasters. And the most eloquent case for that is the Chicago state attorney, who passed without any legal justification whatsoever on prosecuting Jussie Smollett for his fake hate crime. If you remember, he had, I believe, 16 felony counts against him, and she dropped them all, gave him 16 hours of community service, or was it 40? Somewhere between 16 and 40, and did not fine him. But the case was never fully adjudicated. So there was no ruling by a judge that the case is dismissed. So she's been sued. Jussie's been sued. The Chicago Police Department has gone nuts over the way their investigation was thrown out the door. And this is just one example of what a Soros district attorney or state's attorney has done to the judicial system that they're involved with. And so here, what we're reading is Soros's European international effort to bring about the same kind of chaos. Continuing. The Justice Initiative has sought to change the perceived general impunity for crimes of high-level corruption perpetrated by 1. Senior officials and cronies in resource-rich countries suffering from grievously unjust and ineffective governance. 2. Commercial actors, particularly multinational companies operating in extractive industries. And 3. Banks and other legal and financial intermediaries and service providers, all of whom collude in high-level bribery, money laundering, and other corruption. The strategy over the years has been founded primarily on strategic litigation, an effort to bring directly where, quote, standing is permitted, or indirectly exemplary cases that would demonstrate that accountability for these kinds of crimes is possible, and that national level law enforcement with jurisdiction over such crimes has the duty and can muster the capacity to prosecute such conduct. Our cases, we hoped, would show the applicability of existing but perhaps untried legal remedies to acts of transnational corruption and the possibility of developing new and effective remedies where our experience revealed legal gaps. In the process, we believe that public and media interest in such cases would help broaden understanding as to the precise mechanisms used by individuals and institutions to perpetrate such corruption and heighten public outrage at the social damage caused, contributing to development of popular constituencies and political will to support the prosecution of grand corruption. From the beginning, we have broadly recognized the importance of developing supportive constituencies in order to make headway in tightening the global web of anti-corruption accountability. We first conceived of this in terms of fostering and helping to build a political environment favorable to high-level anti-corruption cases. We were not so clear, however, on who these constituencies should be and where or how they should act. Our experience and limits in what our case development has been able to achieve have forcefully driven home to us the need for far more ambitious and more deeply informed efforts in the sphere that we now characterize as, quote, support building the field, close quote. At the same time, finally, we have also come to view the initial focus on, quote, natural resource-related corruption, close quote, as somewhat artificial. While the bulk of our attention continues to be directed towards corruption associated with extractive industries, the same channels and mechanisms for managing illicit money flows are used by actors perpetrating a range of criminal acts, including other kinds of corruption, and conversely, many of the same actors engage in different kinds of corruption and other criminal activity precisely because the tools and skills needed so much overlap. We now propose the scope of the portfolio to cover high-level corruption, quote, particularly, but not exclusively, with respect to natural resource extraction. The team dedicated exclusively to this portfolio of work is small, having grown in about 7 years from 1 to 3 members. At the same time, it draws on the resources of other Justice Initiative staff, including colleagues focused on litigation, advocacy, communications, research, African geographies, and senior management, and other parts of OSF. The scope of activities, though ambitious, has been condensed and relatively simple. For most of the program's existence, the work comprised 1. Developing cases, and 2. Supporting and strengthening a political and cultural, quote, environment favorable to those litigations. At present, our work is divided into the concept, quote, grand corruption strategic litigation, close quote, and the fealty, quote, anti-corruption building the field, close quote, which somewhat but not entirely correspond to the division between casework and other activities. Both project lines are included within this portfolio. An ample representative sampling of the program's activities is set out in Annex 1 with specific elements of the work listed according to the program's major tools: litigation, public communications, which parenthetically reports and briefings, and direct advocacy. You know what? I think we've really covered what needs to be covered in this. It gives us, let's skip to section 3 here, our work. When we first began our work, as discussed above, the field was relatively sparse. International NGOs such as Global Witness, Human Rights Watch, RAID, and a few others were engaged in significant and powerful work of naming and shaming based on their field investigations, shining a harsh light on instances or structures of egregious research-related corruption and its perpetrators in places like Cambodia, Malaysia, e.g. DRC, I don't know what either of those are, Democratic Republic of Congo is DRC, e.g., I don't know, and Sierra Leone. Our earliest concept was that these kinds of groups would provide the raw material for our cases. They'd provide the facts, and we'd process them into cases. It turned out to not be so simple. And it goes on from there. You know what, let's just skip the rest of this. We know, we basically have the groundwork here where Soros and his Open Society Foundation have funded this quote-unquote anti-corruption group in order to get the people that they want in place and to shut down the investigations that they don't want to happen and to open up investigations into their enemies in order to influence politics worldwide. Soros can't stand an even playing field, so he's doing all he can to break up the field into his own little sections. Okay, let's continue from here. Then, this is another one of the papers. Let's see, how long is this one again? This one is very long. Yeah, we'll get this whole one here. This is a non-draft paper written by George Soros's Ukraine March in 2015. This is volume 14. Draft non-paper, volume 14. A short and medium-term comprehensive strategy for the new Ukraine. Short term, the next 3 to 5 months. Medium term, the next 3 to 5 years. The starting point. 1. Putin prefers a financial collapse and political infighting that would destabilize all of Ukraine to a military victory that would give him control over part of Ukraine. This is corroborated by the fact that he twice converted a military victory to a ceasefire that recognized the facts on the ground without depriving him of his first mover advantage. 2. Minsk II brings Putin close to attaining his preferred outcome. He is now reverting to military de-escalation in the belief that he has accomplished his mission and in the hope that he can avoid a renewal of the economic sanctions when they expire in July. 3. The financial and political deterioration of Ukraine makes Putin the winner. This is doomed to continue or accelerate unless Ukraine and its allies can agree on a comprehensive strategy that will deprive Putin of his first mover advantage, just as Putin does not obtain Merkel's and Holland's signature before executing a strategy. The same applies in reverse to the strategy below. 2. The strategy. Ukrainian and allied leaders should agree on the following principles. 1. In the absence of adequate support from its allies, the new Ukraine is no match for Putin's Russia. 2. It is in the collective self-interest of Ukraine's allies to enable the new Ukraine not only to survive, but to prosper, and as long as they can agree on a way of providing adequate support without getting involved in a direct military conflict, they should be able to prevail against Putin's Russia. What's wrong with getting involved in a direct military conflict? I'll tell you what. It doesn't allow Soros the open field he needs to run in order to put in his quote-unquote reforms. Again, Soros dies in transparency. 3. While it would be more desirable to have Russia as a partner than an enemy, it is impossible as long as Putin persists in his current policies. 4. It will be much more costly, particularly for Europe, to defend itself against the threat that a victorious Putin regime will pose when the new Ukraine collapses, and to provide adequate support to the new Ukraine while it is still alive. 5. Keeping the new Ukraine alive and helping it to succeed should take precedence over sanctions against Russia. Can't we do both at the same time? Continuing. Sanctions must be maintained and, if necessary, strengthened as long as Putin persists in overt military attacks on Ukrainian soil, but they harm not only the Russian but also the European and global economy. Then there's Soros's kick right there, global economy. They also reinforce Putin's narrative that blames Russia's problems entirely on the implacable hostility of the quote-unquote West. This helps him to retain the support of the Russian people and to consolidate his power. By contrast, a functioning democracy in Ukraine that manages to reform its economy, even in the midst of Russian aggression, would turn Putin's narrative into a lie that no amount of propaganda could cover up. More and more Russians would want to follow Ukraine's example. 6. Therefore, Ukraine's allies should treat Ukraine as a defense priority, not as another Greece. They should declare that they will do whatever it takes to help the new Ukraine succeed, short of getting involved in direct military confrontation with Russia or violating the Minsk Agreement. Now, I do not know what the Minsk Agreement is. I neglected to look it up, so I have to apologize for that. 3. The short term, the next 3 months. A. What Ukraine must deliver. 1. Restore the fighting capacity of Ukraine without violating the Minsk Agreement. How is a completely corrupt and nearly bankrupt country supposed to gather up the strength and the resources to fight against Russian irregulars that are backed by Putin? It seems like a rather ambitious goal. I like that skull cram. Very good. Let's see. 2. Restore some semblance of currency stability in a functioning banking system. 3. Maintain unity among the various branches of government. 4. Preserve the institutional integrity and independence of the National Bank of Ukraine, NBU. And I'm sure Soros would love to help with that effort. 5. Provide tangible evidence that the government knows where the leaks in the budget are and knows how to stop them. 6. Prepare and initiate a convincing economic and political reform program that both donors and investors would find attractive. 7. Present an impressive case at a donors and investors conference in 3 months' time with 2 months leeway. And again, I'm sure Soros will be right there to lend a hand with all of that. B. What the Allies must deliver. 1. Help restore the fighting capacity of the Ukrainian army without violating the Minsk Agreement. The Allies must imitate Putin in the practice of deniability to provide him of his first-mover advantage. 2. Europe must reach a new framework agreement that will allow the European Commission to allocate up to 1 billion euros annually to Ukraine, charging only 9% to the budget, and to use it also for other than balance of payment support. This requires a political decision by Chancellor Merkel and President Hollande as signatories of the Minsk Agreement, and the expenditure of considerable political capital to overcome legal hurdles and reach unanimity. Well, this is what Trump was talking about on his call with Zelensky, where Europe is not helping Ukraine. Here's this paper that's come out. Now, this is only a draft, but still, that outlines something that the EU could do that I think is not nefarious. And they haven't done a damn thing. Once again, it's up to the United States to prop up people who are being threatened by communism or statism or other. I don't mean statism. I mean Putinism, the Iranians, etc. 3. Be ready to commit some or all of these funds if the Ukrainian reform program justifies it. To turn the tables on Putin, Ukraine needs to be converted from a source of political risk to an attractive investment destination. That will require larger EFFs in reinsurance for political risk insurance at attractive rates. 4. The state of play. A. Ukraine. 1. General Wesley Clark, Polish General Skripczak, and a few specialists, I just made that up, I have no idea how that's pronounced, and a few specialists under the auspices of the Atlantic Council will advise President Poroshenko how to restore the fighting capacity of Ukraine without violating the Minsk Agreement. 2. Through no fault of its own, the IMF's Extended Funds Facility program came too late. The NBU started running short of reserves in the fall of 2014, and the currency was supported mainly by hope, but the deteriorating military situation undermined confidence, and the currency broke free of its anchor at the end of February and dropped from 16 to 33 in a few days. The climax was reached on February 25th when the NBU introduced import controls and raised interest rates to 30%. Since then, the president's jawboning has brought the exchange rate back close to the 21.7 level on which the 2015 budget is based. But the improvement is extremely precarious. The temporary collapse has shaken public confidence and endangered the balance sheets of banks and companies with hard currency debt. It also undermined the calculations on which the IMF programs are based. There is no way Ukraine can save $15.4 billion from restructuring its debt. The extended fund facility is insufficient even before it is implemented. EU member states have shown no willingness to consider any additional bilateral help on account of their own fiscal restraints, which is why Ukraine's leaders are so hesitant in proposing the strategy outlined above. The new Ukraine is literally on the verge of collapse. 3. After nearly a year of preparations, all the ingredients of a radical reform program are available. They only need to be put together. And I'm sure that program has had no influence from the Open Society Foundation and George Soros whatsoever. I mean, I'm sure Soros made a ton of money when the Ukrainian currency became, quote, unanchored. Remember, he bets on government collapse. That's how he makes his money. 3. Let's see. The framework for bringing the various branches of government together has also emerged. The National Reform Council, NRC, brings together the presidential administration, the cabinet of ministers, the Rada, and its committees and civil society. It was established by presidential decree, which has naturally caused some friction between the president and the prime minister. Yatsenyuk considered the NRC an unconstitutional encroachment by Poroshenko into economic policy. The performance of the governor of the MBU has been another source of friction. Yatsenyuk and Poroshenko are leaders of different political parties, and local elections in the fall are looming. Nevertheless, the NRC is up and running. It functions quite well in setting the legislative priorities, and the president and the prime minister have been working together, pushing bills through the Rada. An unresolved conflict remained concerning implementation and the functioning of the Project Management Office PMO, but it was resolved on March 5th. In short, the conflict between Poroshenko and Yatsenyuk has been greatly exaggerated both in Ukraine and abroad. And this goes on and on. Stuff about the European Union. This was not nearly as interesting as I thought it was. So we're done with that. And again, it's just Soros doing all he can to insert himself into the political and economic policies of countries that he has nothing to do with. Here we go. Now we're getting into some good stuff. This is a memo sent out by Victoria Nuland, who is a State Department official, to George Soros regarding visas. Let me scroll down to the bottom because this is an email chain, and you know how those work. They go from bottom to top. Okay, now this was sent by Jeff Goldstein of the Open Society Foundation, Senior Policy Advisor for Eurasia. And it goes like this. The subject is EU visa liberalization for Ukraine, Georgia. Remember, the justice officials from Ukraine couldn't get a visa out of the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine in order to come to the U.S. and brief justice officials on the corruption that they had uncovered involving the 2016 election and the black ledger against Soros. Also, the strong arming of Joe Biden, of the president, to fire Shukov. So here we have George Soros, the Open Society Foundation, reaching out to the State Department, asking for relaxation of the restrictions on getting visas to Ukraine. Okay, continuing. I wanted to let you know that Mr. Soros met with Johannes Hahn in Brussels earlier today. One of the issues he raised was concern over the decision to delay visa liberalization for Georgia and the implications for Ukraine. George Soros is also meeting with President Margvelashvili today and is speaking with Prime Minister Groysman. He told Hahn that Ukrainian civil society is concerned that without reciprocity from the EU for steps Ukraine has taken to put in place sensitive anti-corruption and anti-discrimination legislation and institutions, it will not be possible to continue to use the leverage of EU instruments and policies to maintain pressure for reforms in the future. He urged Hahn to advocate with member states to move ahead with visa liberalization for Ukraine. I'm sure you've been working on this issue hard. If you have any thoughts on how this is likely to play out or where particular problems lie, I'd appreciate if you could let us know. Best, Jeff. Here's the follow-up email from Victoria Nuland from the State Department. Quote, happy to discuss this by phone, Jeff. One large member state has changed its mind on moving quickly, especially vis-a-vis Georgia, which had hoped for a decision this month. We are working on it. Not sure whether intervention by George Soros would help. Follow-up. Thanks for the from Jeff again. Thanks for the offer, Toria. I mean, they're close enough to where he doesn't call her by her last name. He doesn't call her by her full first name, Victoria. He calls her Toria. How nice of a cozy relationship is that? Continuing. This is from Anna Prieto Donaher, who works with Victoria Nuland, to Jeffrey and a number of other people regarding the EU visa liberalization for Ukraine. Dear Jeff, would you be available for this call today at 15:30 to 1600? Thanks, Anna Maria. This is now from Jeff to Anna Maria. Anna Maria, this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. will work for me. I'll be out of the office, so could you please ring me on my cell phone, redacted. Mr. Soros has asked that Chris Canavan from his personal office also join the call. His number is redacted. Thanks for your help in organizing this. Best, Jeff. Pretty cozy. Pretty cozy. Bookmark that. Next. Again, this is an upload by John Solomon. This document is the Soros-Nuland Russia bond market. I found this one particularly interesting. Not very long, but it has a here, you judge for yourself. Now, this is from Chris Canavan, who we just mentioned a second ago. He works with the Soros Fund Management, LLC. And he sends this cute little note to Victoria Nuland. And again, they know her so well, they call her Toria. This is not, remember, this is not from Jeff, this is from Chris. Toria, here is my take on Russia's foray into the bond markets this week, based on the market chatter I've been able to pick up. I hope it's useful. Let me know if you have questions. Best, Chris. What in the hell, let me back down here again. What in the hell is the guy who is, I shouldn't say in charge, but is closely associated with the Soros money management system, talking to someone from the Department of State about Russia and the bond market? Is this information that the Department of State normally gathers? Or are they playing footloose and fancy-free with financial instruments, allowing Victoria to make some good bets on the bond market? I personally read it as the latter, because who needs Chris Canavan from the Soros Financial Management Fund to tell them what's going on in the bond market? And there was a response from Victoria Nuland. I do not know what it means. It says FYSA. It's I can't highlight it. These are these are not PDFs. Picasso Knows and I thought that the F and SA stood for serious attention, or something like that. For something attention. But the Y throws us. Perhaps it is for your something attention, serious attention, whatever. We just don't know. So if anybody knows what FYSA stands for, banner me, throw it out in the chat, get a hold of Picasso Knows, one of the two of us. We would love to know. I couldn't find any information on it. And let me bookmark this. All right, next up, another document. This is the Soros Victoria Nuland June 1st, 2016 contacts regarding Ukraine. And again, let me scroll down to the bottom here so we can get the whole email chain properly. This first one is to Anna Maria Prieto Donaher, who again is a State Department official. Situational awareness. Thank you, Picasso Knows. Thank you for your situational awareness. Uncle Bobbity, I think, has it better, though, for your Soros approval. I'd say Uncle Bobbity wins in that regard. Definitely. Very nice, sir. Very nice. Well played. Okay, so this is from a Kim Forepaugh, who was at State. And this is, again, to Anna Maria Prieto Donaher. I could find very little on her yet, the other day. Very little. Carbon copy, Paul Jukic. And the subject is from the office of George Soros. Again, we are very, very cozy together here. Dear Anna Maria, greetings, and I hope my email finds you well. Mr. Soros is acting if its Assistant Secretary Nuland would be available for a telephone call within the next 48 hours. The reason for the suggested time frame is that Yevhen Bitsritsky, Executive Director of Mr. Soros' Ukraine Foundation, is in New York for the next 48 hours, so could join the call on a U.S. landline. This call would act as an update for Assistant Secretary Nuland on suggestion of Mr. Soros. Do you think possible? Best, Kim. Kim Forepaugh, the Office of George Soros, Soros Fund Management, LLC. So again, we have someone associated closely with the George Soros money train. And they're talking about asking an Assistant Secretary of the State Department about George Soros's Ukrainian Foundation, about discussing it. Why in the world would we be working with George Soros? Oh, wait. This is from May, and see, this is from May 31st of 2016. This is after Trump took office. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I got my dates wrong. November 9, 2016 is when Trump was elected. January, 21st, 22nd is when Trump was sworn in. So this was during the primaries, or at least right up close to the convention, and we've got the Obama State Department in bed with George Soros. I mean, obviously, in bed with George Soros. Fascinating. And now this is from Anna to Kim. Dear Kim, I hope you had a good Veterans Day holiday. Assistant Secretary Nuland is available for a call with Messrs. Soros and Bistritsky at either 1330 to 1400 or 1430 to 1500 tomorrow, June 1st. Would that work on your side? What number should I dial? Thanks, Anna Maria. And here's the follow-up from Kim. This is dated June 1st again. These emails are flying back and forth. So from May 31st to June 1st, bang, bang, bang. Dear Anna Maria, 14:30 tomorrow would be excellent. Can you call me at redacted number, and I will connect Mr. Soros and Yevhen. Best, Kim. So again, completely in bed with the State Department. Nothing to see here. Now, this one is interesting. This is an August 22nd, 2016 email between Kalimnik, whose name has come up before, and Eric Schultz. Let's read and find out what they want to do. January 20th. Thank you, Laura. I was having a hard time remember. I keep thinking the 20th was a Sunday for some inexplicable reason. That's the way my mind doesn't work. Yeah, this plate's pinching back here. Ouch. I talk better with it in, but it hurts. I'm getting it adjusted Wednesday, so life's good. Okay. Subject. It will be Dream Team. And so here's Kalimnik going along. Great to hear from you. I was kind of wondering where you are. Interesting times, very hard to judge what will happen next. The U.S. politics these days is a very unpredictable thing, and I would hold off on any judgment on Trump's chances. It's still a long way to go. Paul may be formally out, but it really depends on Trump whether he will follow the strategy and rely on the system built by Paul. If he does, it will show in the ratings, and it will be a very close race, with chances determined by who mobilizes the votes better, him or her. Manafort has set the system in place, and if they just let it work, there may be some surprises. If Trump interferes and does not follow the strategy and mixes the messages, then yes, he is fucked. And as this is pretty prescient. You got to admit, this is a very well put together synopsis of what was going on with the Trump team after Manafort was fired. Now it gets interesting. I'm pretty sure Paul is not vulnerable on either black cash or FARA stuff. I know for a fact that he did not even know about the black cash existence. Again, that's the Black Ledger, the completely made up dossier, if you will, financial dossier set out against Manafort to completely discredit him, and that ultimately led to his being investigated on his old FARA stuff and money laundering and tax evasion, an investigation that the Department of Justice had filed as inactive years previously. But this is what kicked it off. Black cash existence. He never focused on such things and could not have possibly taken large amounts of cash across 3 borders. It was always a different arrangement. Payments were in wire transfers to his companies, which is not a violation, sort of a super PAC scheme, and then he took his personal fee and fully paid his taxes, etc. So he's okay on all stuff. I have some questions about this black cash stuff because those published records do not make sense. The time frame does not match anything related to payments made to Manafort. Maybe they recorded some internal settlements between P of R funders. I missed that. I don't know what that means. Point of referral? But I cannot fully explain it. It does not match my records. All fees Manafort got were wires, not cash. On Ukraine, fully agree with your point. Nobody will do anything for Ukraine other than Ukrainians, until Trump took over, that is. Of course, the West will not completely dump Ukraine, but the help will really depend on how fast Ukrainians get their act together. So far, the country is plunging deeper and deeper into a mess with no functioning administration, IMF out, economy in the state of clinical death, no peace and growing tension in the East, and what's worse, elite, which is very angry at the president and which is very far from the people and from each other. So really no center around which the country can come together and stop fighting each other. My forecast is that things will get out of control by fall, with mass protest actions against the tariffs and the government, and it will be vacuum with everyone trying to grab power. If someone agrees on a compromise, good. If not, we will have 2 Ukraines instead of 1 in an optimistic scenario. A less optimistic scenario is a bloodbath, violence, and Russian troops enforcing, quote-unquote, enforcing peace. I wish I could see something brighter, but at this point, I do not. Regarding the article, several points. First, it definitely HRC and her headquarters who launched the shitstorm trying to use construction of Putin equals very bad, Putin equals Manafort, Manafort equals Trump, therefore Trump equals Putin equals very bad. If you Google Ken Vogel, who wrote the original bullshit piece, it turns out he is the same journalist who created a controversy a month or so ago by clearing his stories with the Democratic National Committee prior to submission. So, there you go. That's all pretty. The most salient paragraph here is the second one, talking about Manafort and the complete trashing of the, quote, black cash or black ledger. showing that it is in fact impossible for it to be true. Yet again, it was used against Manafort to kick off the investigation into him, ultimately leading to his arrest, trial, and imprisonment. So there's that. Okay, this is the Greenaway memo. This is a EC from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI. This is pretty interesting. I think you'll like this. Title: Meeting with AP Reporters. From Criminal Investigative D6 ICU. Contact Karen A. Greenaway. Approved by Devin Mahoney. Drafted by Karen A. Greenaway. Synopsis: To document a meeting with AP reporters. Administrative notes: This electronic communication is in supplement to serial blah blah blah. Enclosed are the following items: interview notes, AP reporter business cards, Fortunato Ivanazzi, Oleg Deripaska, and the Washington Post. That could actually be ad. I didn't get that far. It could be ad, actually. We'll see. Details. On April 11, 2017, SSA Karen A. Greenaway, SSA George W. I can't read it. SA Jeffrey Pfeiffer, trial attorney Ann Brickley, AUSA Ariel Shreve, EDNY, and chief of the DOJ fraud section of the DOJ, Andrew Weissman, met with the following AP reporters: Chad Day, Jack Gillum, Ted Breedis, and Eric Tucker. The meeting was arranged by Andrew Weissman at 1400 New York Avenue, Washington, D.C. And again, look at the date on this, 5/11/2017. So this is before the official start of the, or actually is that, no, that's right around the start of the Mueller investigation, isn't it? Right about that time. Okay, first part, meeting with AP reporters, 5/11/2017. The purpose of the meeting, as it was explained to SSA Greenaway, was to obtain documents from the AP reporters that related to their investigative reports on Paul Manafort. However, after the meeting was started, and it was explained to the reporters that there was nothing that the FBI could provide to them, the reporters opted to ask a series of questions to see if the FBI would provide clarification. No commitments were made to assist the reporters in their further investigation into the life and activities of Paul Manafort, and the AP reporters understood that the meeting would be off the record. The reporters advised that their next report, which was scheduled to come out in the next day or so after the meeting, would focus on confirming, to the extent that they could, payments in the so-called Black Ledger that were allegedly made to Manafort. So see, there's the press falsely reporting that the Black Ledger was actually accurate. And I'm sure the FBI did nothing to disabuse them of that. Continuing. The evidence that they were able to find confirmed that the Neocom payments documented in the ledger, which was a $455,249 plus $1 payment, were transferred into a Wachovia account in the 2007 to 2009 timeframe. They also mentioned the company Gretton Alliance as being another company that was linked to funds sent to Manafort. The AP reporters also discussed their interviews in Cyprus. They reiterated what they had written in their article, which was a response from the Cypriot Anti-Money Laundering Authority that they had fully responded to Department of Treasury agents in response to the request. The AP reporters were interested in how this arrangement worked and if the U.S. had made a formal request. FBI DOJ did not respond, but Andrew Weissman suggested that they ask the Cypriots if they had provided everything to which they had access or if they only provided what they were legally required to provide. The AP reporters briefly discussed Manafort's relationship with Ukrainian oligarch Rinat Akhmetov. According to the AP reporters, Manafort had done work for Akhmatov back in the early years of his time as a political consultant in Ukraine. Based on their research, Akhmatov, who they described as running in the same circles as Oleg Deripaska, was introduced to Manafort by a UK person named Redacted. I'd love to know who that was. The AP reporters asked about FARA violations, and they were generally told that they are enforceable. The AP reporters then discussed Manafort's time in Ukraine. According to them, they had seen internal U.S. work product that had been sent to Ukraine. The product was described as an internal White House document. It was not clear if the document was classified. There was a note attached to the document that asked for limited distribution that was signed by Manafort. Gee, who would have thought that information would have been leaked to reporters that might have been detrimental to someone associated with the Trump campaign? Never would have expected that. Continuing. The AP reporters asked if there had been any official requests to other countries. FBI DOJ declined to discuss specifics, except to state that the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty requests are negotiated by diplomats, so they should remain at that level. The AP reporters advised that they had located a storage facility in Virginia that belonged to Manafort. They had developed information indicating that there were boxes of records that were from the 1990s, potentially to the present. The records included his time working for the Party of Regions in Ukraine, as well as records and other materials from his, quote, film career, where he made a film using Puerto Rican film tax credits. The film was called Successful Vanquishing. As far as they could determine, Manafort had not actually been in the storage locker for several years. Their understanding is that it was back in 2012 or 2013 when Manafort last accessed the locker. The code to the lock on the locker is... Wow. Who is leaking all this stuff? I mean, they're either incredible reporters or they are just being fed every piece of information that can be found. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. Uncle Bobby says CIA. I would be very, very likely to accept that. Continuing. The reporters were aware of the unit number and address, but they declined to share that information. Their information indicated that the payment for the locker were made from the DM Partners account that received money from the Party of Regions. The impression that their sources give is that Manafort was not precise about his finances, specifically as it related to the Black Ledger. The AP reporters calculated that he received $60 to $80 million from his work in Ukraine during the time period the ledger was kept. Again, the ledger was completely made up, as we just saw in the Kalimnik memo. Maybe I should have put this before the Kalimnik. It still works. It still works. I'm sorry. I'm babbling. Okay. It appears that there is slightly lesser amount documented based on all of the entries. The AP reporters accessed a copy of the ledger online, describing it as a, quote, public document. Agents note the ledger has been published in its entirety by the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine after it was given to them by Sergei Lyshenko, Ukrainian RADA member and investigative reporter. I believe the RADA is their version of the UK Parliament. We've referenced it several times before. The AP reporters discussed several entries or individuals that they felt should be followed up on. 1. A $50,000 payment to Redacted and Redacted. Agents note, see attached DMB registration and legal entry. According to what they could determine, the store is now closed and there are several lawsuits pending against it. In addition, it is not the type of men's store where you could spend that much money on men's clothing. 2. Redacted and his relationship to both Deripaska and Redacted. Redacted allegedly met Redacted in December 2006. According to their sources, Redacted introduced Manafort to Deripaska in 2007 on a yacht off the coast of Montenegro. During the meeting, Deripaska allegedly contracted or engaged Manafort to assist the Montenegrin politicians with their independence from Serbia including supporting the former prime minister/president who was leading the secession campaign. Deripaska's interest was in the aluminum factory that was in Montenegro. Allegedly, Deripaska also contracted or facilitated Manafort's work in Ukraine. The meeting on the yacht was a negotiation to decide who would be paying for what. As an aside, the AP reporters advised that Deripaska's current lawyer is threatening to sue them over their article about his relationship with Manafort. His lawyer is a NFI Schiller from Schiller Boys. Note, Boys Schiller Flexner's main office is in New York. Isn't Boys, Schiller, and Flexner, aren't at least one of those names associated with the firm that is representing Virginia Dufresne, in her lawsuit against what's her name? No, I got the last name wrong. Not Dufresne. Roberts, Virginia Roberts against Jeffrey Epstein's old pimp. That name sounds incredibly familiar to me. So I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. Prior to the conversation with back to the notes. Prior to the conversation with the lawyer, Deripaska took a quarter-page ad in the Washington Post. Okay, it is ad, denying the AP report. Agents note: a copy of the denial is attached to this electronic communication. After they spoke to the lawyer, he took out a full-page ad denying his relationship with Manafort. 3. The AP reporter suggested that Redacted, a Manafort employee in Ukraine, may have knowledge about the payment in the ledger. Allegedly, Manafort turned over everything to him when he left. 4. Loew Limited, which is listed in the Black Ledger, was incorporated in Delaware in 1992, possibly by Manafort. And again, this is all made up. 5. Neocom. The AP reporters questioned whether this company was incorporated solely to cover up money laundering, since their investigation had determined that the source of the computers was fictitious, although they did not provide any evidence to confirm this statement. 6. Kypros Chrysostomides from Cyprus. He is listed as owner or shareholder of some of the Manafort-linked companies that they have been able to identify, including some of the following: Alltech Global, Yakora, Leviathan Advisors, KKI Limited, Caymans, Vernon View, Tignis Limited, and Antes Management. As a result of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, Panama Papers investigation, they determined that Deripaska also had companies that were incorporated by Chrysostomides and linked to Sberbank. 7. Seychelles FIU. They are investigating 2 companies linked to former President Viktor Yanukovych. The companies are called Interhold and Monohold, and they were also connected to Manafort, specifically as it related to Black Sea Cable. 8. Kyrgyzstan. Any relationship that Manafort may have had to Kyrgyzstan. 9. Montenegrin Independence Campaign. The company Basic Element, agents note, Basic Element is Deripaska's company, may have provided some or all of the private equity that funded the Montenegrin Independence Campaign. 10. Black Sea Cable. The AP reporters did some investigation of this deal, and in their opinion, the deal did not make good business sense. The company that they were buying, Black Sea Cable, was a very small operation in Odessa, Ukraine, that was supposed to be the entree into the cable market for the region. The original investment was around $19 to $20 million, which was then supposed to make Deripaska and Manafort a $60 million net gain. In their opinion, this deal was likely not legitimate, since the original operation was not a good first investment platform because it lacked infrastructure or possibilities for expansion. They said that the estimate of the value was off by a value of 10, according to a source that they spoke to who was familiar with the company. They also said that the companies Interhold and Monohold were a part of the deal. In their opinion, Manafort almost often promised more than he could deliver. Allegedly, when the Black Sea Cable deal fell through, Deripaska wanted to go after Manafort in court, but Yanukovych prevented him from pursuing any legal options against Manafort. Once Yanukovych was out of office, Deripaska filed suit against Manafort over this deal. Allegedly, Manafort also overpromised Deripaska when he signed his contract with him back in 2006 timeframe. The contract, which they did not produce, allegedly included assistance with investments as well as political advice for proposed future work in the U.S. There is no indication that the AP reporters could find that Manafort facilitated any U.S. investments for Deripaska. 11. Konstantin Kilimnik, who we just read. Kilimnik was one of Manafort's Ukrainian operatives' employees. He is allegedly associated with the Russian intelligence services. At the conclusion of this meeting, the AP reporters asked if we would be willing to tell them if they were off-based, that's what it says, off-based or on the wrong track, and they were advised that they appeared to have a good understanding of Manafort's business dealings. That's the end of that. So again, lots of talk about Manafort's finances that were completely unfounded. Okay, now let's go to this Politico article, which is from January 11th of 2017. This ties in to the Black Ledger. Title: Ukrainian efforts to sabotage Trump backfire. Kiev officials are scrambling to make amends with the president-elect after quietly working to boost Clinton. This is a picture of President Petro Poroshenko. To continue, Donald Trump was the... Here, let me blow this up a little bit. This is pretty small. You guys can't read that. There we go. That's better. I should have done that earlier. I just realized you guys probably weren't able to read a thing. Again, incredible production values from an AHNC production. Not including the great and all-powerful executive producer, Picasso knows. She is still running the show. She's doing a great job. These are problems on my end, so I'm not denigrating her at all. Continuing. Donald Trump wasn't the only presidential candidate whose campaign was boosted by officials of a former Soviet bloc country. And again, this is Politico writing, so you're going to hear a lot of these references to Russian assistance to Trump during the campaign. And remember, your bullshit meter should be pegged when it comes to these statements. Continuing. Ukrainian government officials tried to help kill Hillary Clinton and undermine Trump by publicly questioning his fitness for office. They also disseminated documents implicating a top Trump aide in corruption and suggested they were investigating the matter only to back away after the election. And they helped Clinton's allies research damaging information on Trump and his advisors, a Politico investigation found. A Ukrainian-American operative who was consulting for the Democratic National Committee met with top officials in the Ukrainian embassy in Washington in an effort to expose ties between Trump, top campaign aide Paul Manafort, and Russia, according to people with direct knowledge of the situation. Now again, this article is from January 11th of 2017, 9 days before Trump was inaugurated. And where's the investigation into this? This is direct interference by a foreign government in a U.S. presidential election. And we're not hearing a word about it. Except, well, I shouldn't say not. We are now hearing about it because of Rudy's work. Of course, there's a report by Fox that he was being helped by the husband and wife team, lawyers who appear on Fox every so often. Suddenly their names escape me. Damn it. Picasso knows will know. She'll put it in the chat. Yep. This has been 2.5 years, and we're just now getting around to figuring it out. That's pathetic. And again, the Ukrainians were blocked from bringing us this information for a year, at least, by both the FBI and the State Department. Continuing. The Ukrainian efforts had an impact in the race, helping force Manafort's resignation and advancing the narrative that Trump's campaign was deeply connected to Ukraine's foe to the east, Russia. But they were far less concerted or centrally directed than Russia's alleged hacking and dissemination of Democratic emails. Like I said, bullshit meters should be pegged. Russia's effort was personally directed by Russian President Vladimir Putin, again a political article, involved the country's military and foreign intelligence services, according to U.S. intelligence officials. They reportedly briefed Trump last week on the possibility that Russian operatives might have compromising information on the president-elect. And at a Senate hearing last week on the hacking, Director of National Intelligence James Clapper said, "I don't think we've ever encountered a more aggressive or direct campaign to interfere in our election process than we've seen in this case." Lies after lies after lies. But we'll get to the good stuff. There's little evidence of such a top-down effort by Ukraine. Longtime observers suggested the rampant corruption, factionalism, and economic struggles plaguing the country, not to mention its ongoing strife with Russia, would render it unable to pull off an ambitious covert interference campaign in another country's election. And President Petro Poroshenko's administration, along with the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, insists that Ukraine stayed neutral in the race. Well, we know that's not true. We know completely that that's not true. Here we go. Yet Politico's investigation found evidence of Ukrainian government involvement in the race that appears to strain diplomatic protocol, dictating that governments refrain from engaging in one another's elections. Russian meddling has sparked outrage from the American body politic. The U.S. intelligence community undertook the rare move of publicizing its findings on the matter, and President Barack Obama took several steps to officially retaliate, bullshit again, while members of Congress continue pushing for more investigations into the hacking and a harder line against Russia, which is already viewed in Washington as America's leading foreign adversary, which is complete and utter short-sightedness. Anyone who knew anything would have been looking at China as our number one political, economic, and military rival, if not enemy. But Joe Biden was too busy getting his son Hunter a $1.5 billion private equity deal from basically the Chinese government. So who's gonna go after China when they're doing such great business with your son? I wouldn't. Continuing, Ukraine, on the other hand, has traditionally enjoyed strong relations with U.S. administrations. Its officials worried that could change under Trump, whose team has privately expressed sentiments ranging from ambivalence to deep skepticism about Poroshenko's regime, while sounding unusually friendly notes about Putin's regime. Wade through it, folks. Wade through it. Poroshenko is scrambling to alter that dynamic, recently signing a $50,000 a month contract with a well-connected GOP-linked Washington lobbying firm to set up meetings with U.S. government officials, quote, to strengthen U.S.-Ukraine relations. Revelations about Ukraine's anti-Trump efforts could further set back these efforts. Quote, things seem to be going from bad to worse for Ukraine, said David A. Merkel, a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council who helped oversee U.S. relations with Russia and Ukraine while working in George W. Bush's State Department and National Security Council. Merkel, no relation, who has served as an election observer in Ukrainian presidential elections dating back to 1993, noted there's some irony in Ukraine and Russia taking opposite sides in the 2016 presidential race. The Russians did not take Trump's side. They published just as many articles and ads against Trump as they did against Hillary and Bernie. We know that. Continuing, opposite sides in the 2016 presidential race, given that past Ukrainian elections were widely viewed in Washington's foreign policy community as proxy wars between the U.S. and Russia. Now it seems that a U.S. election may have been seen as a surrogate battle by those in Kiev and Moscow, Merkel said. The Ukrainian antipathy for Trump's team, and alignment with Clinton's, can be traced back to late 2013. That's when the country's president, Viktor Yanukovych, whom Manafort had been advising, abruptly backed out of a European Union pact linked to anti-corruption reforms. Instead, Yanukovych entered into a multi-billion-dollar bailout agreement with Russia, sparking protests across Ukraine and prompting Yanukovych to flee the country to Russia under Putin's protection. In the ensuing crisis, Russian troops moved into the Ukrainian territory of Crimea, and Manafort dropped off the radar. Manafort's work for Yanukovych caught the attention of a veteran Democratic operative named Alexandra Chalupa. Yes, folks, Alexandra Chalupa, who had worked in the White House Office of Public Liaison during the Clinton administration. Chalupa went on to work as a staffer, then as a consultant for Democratic National Committee. It should be a "the" in there. The DNC paid her $412,000 from 2004 to June 2016, according to Federal Election Commission records, though she also was paid by other clients during that time, including Democratic campaigns and the DNC's arm for engaging expatriate Democrats around the world. A daughter of Ukrainian immigrants who maintained strong ties to the Ukrainian American diaspora and the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, Chalupa, a lawyer by training, in 2014 was doing pro bono work for another client interested in the Ukrainian crisis and began researching Manafort's role in Yanukovych's rise, as well as his ties to the pro-Russian oligarchs who funded Yanukovych's political party. In an interview this month, Chalupa told Politico she had developed a network of sources in Kiev and Washington, including investigative journalists, government officials, and private intelligence operatives. While her consulting work at the DNC this past election cycle centered on mobilizing ethnic communities, including Ukrainian Americans, she said that when Trump's unlikely presidential campaign began surging in late 2015, she began focusing more on the research and expanded it to include Trump's ties to Russia as well. There you go, folks. Another source for the Steele dossier. Right there. Laura Weekly says Clintons are a part of Ukraine as well. Yeah, absolutely, Laura. It's right here. It's right here. Continuing. She occasionally shared her findings with officials from the DNC and Clinton's campaign, Chalupa said. In January 2016, months before Manafort had taken any role in Trump's campaign, Chalupa told a senior DNC official that, when it came to Trump's campaign, quote, "I felt there was a Russia connection," Chalupa recalled. And I feel you're a piece of shit, but who's right? Me. This guy. Quote, "And that, if there was, that we can expect Paul Manafort to be involved in this election," said Chalupa, who at the time was also warning leaders in the Ukrainian American community that Manafort was, quote, "Putin's political brain for manipulating U.S. foreign policy and elections," close quote. Towing the Clinton party line. What do you want to bet? She didn't come up with this on her own, but she was led by the nose by the Clinton and the DNC to change any results she had into pro-Russia plus Manafort equals bad Trump research. I don't think that's too far of a stretch. Do you? Continuing. She said she shared her concern with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., Valery Chaly, and one of his top aides, Oksana Shulyar, during a March 2016 meeting at the Ukrainian embassy. According to someone briefed on the meeting, Chaly said that Manafort was very much on his radar, but that he wasn't particularly concerned about the operative's ties to Trump, since he didn't believe Trump stood much of a chance of winning the GOP nomination, let alone the presidency. Egg on your face. That was not an uncommon view at the time, and perhaps as a result, Trump's ties to Russia, let alone Manafort's, were not the subject of much attention. Right. Let's see, March 2016. Not much. That's when Misfoot, was going after Papadopoulos at that exact time frame. They were on the radar? Bullshit. They were being rung up like common thieves at that very point in time. That all started to change just 4 days after Chalupa's meeting at the embassy, when it was reported that Trump had in fact hired Manafort, suggesting that Chalupa may have been onto something. She quickly found herself in high demand. The day after Manafort's hiring was revealed, she briefed the DNC communications staff on Manafort, Trump, and their ties to Russia, according to an operative familiar with the situation. Notice that word, operative. Let's see if I can raise this back up a little bit. Too short. There we go. A former DNC staffer described the exchange as, quote, an informal conversation, saying, quote, briefing makes it sound way too formal, close quote, and adding, quote, we were not directing or driving her to work on this, close quote. Yet, the former DNC staffer and the operative familiar with the situation agreed that with the DNC's encouragement, Chalupa asked embassy staff to try to arrange an interview in which Poroshenko might discuss Manafort's ties to Yanukovych. While the embassy declined that request, officials there became, quote, helpful in Chalupa's efforts, she said, explaining that she traded information and leads with them. If I asked a question, they would provide guidance, or if there was someone I needed to follow up with. But, she stressed, there were no documents given, nothing like that. Well, they didn't have to give you documents. Hello, Hartley. Hello, sweetie. Got a kitty. Chalupa said, and continuing, Chalupa said the embassy also worked directly with reporters researching Trump, Manafort, and Russia to point them in the right directions. She added, though, they were being very protective and not speaking to the press as much as they should have. I think they were being careful because their situation was that they had to be very, very careful because they could not pick sides. It's a political issue, and they didn't want to get involved politically because they couldn't. Schuyler vehemently denied working with reporters or with Chalupa or anything related to Trump or Manafort, explaining, quote, we were stormed by many reporters to comment on the subject, but our clear and adamant position was not to give any comment and not to interfere into the campaign's affairs. Both Schuyler and Chalupa said the purpose of their initial meeting was to organize a June reception at the embassy to promote Ukraine. According to the embassy's website, the event highlighted female Ukrainian leaders, featuring speeches by Ukrainian parliamentarian Hanna Hopko, who discussed, quote, Ukraine's fight against the Russian aggression in Donbas, close quote, and longtime Hillary Clinton confidant Milan Verveer, who worked for Clinton in the State Department and was a vocal surrogate during the presidential campaign. Schuyler said her work with Chalupa, quote, didn't involve the campaign, close quote, and she specifically stressed that, quote, we have never worked to research and disseminate damaging information about Donald Trump and Paul Manafort, close quote. Anybody here believe that? Anybody? I didn't think so. Continuing. But Andriy Telizhenko, who worked as a political officer in the Ukrainian embassy under Schuyler, said she instructed him to help Chalupa research connections between Trump, Manafort, and Russia. Quote, Oksana said that if I had any information or knew other people who did, then I should contact Chalupa, close quote, recalled Telizhenko, who is now a political consultant in Kiev. Quote, they were coordinating an investigation with the Hillary team on Paul Manafort with Alexander Chalupa, he said, adding, Oksana was keeping it all quiet, but, quote, the embassy worked very closely with Chalupa. So, no surprise there. Excuse me, just a moment. My house keys are digging into my right hip. I got to take them out of my pocket. I'll be right back. Deborah Ellis. Yes. We're just getting everybody today. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. It's absolutely spectacularly wonderful to have you here. I really appreciate your stopping by. I hope you find the rest of the day to your liking. We're about 3/5 of the way through, I'd say. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's see. Embassy worked very closely with Chalupa. In fact, sources familiar with the effort say that Schuyler specifically called Telizhenko into a meeting with Chalupa to provide an update on an American media's outlet ongoing investigation into Manafort. Telizhenko recalled that Chalupa told him and Schuyler that, quote, if we can get enough information on Paul Manafort or Trump's involvement with Russia, she can get a hearing in Congress by September, close quote. Man, these people. Chalupa confirmed that, a week after Manafort's hiring was announced, she discussed the possibility of a congressional investigation with a foreign policy legislative assistant in the office of Representative Marcy Kaptur, Democrat Ohio, who co-chairs the Congressional Ukrainian Caucus, but Chalupa said it didn't go anywhere. Asked about the effort, the Kaptur legislative assistant called it a, quote, touching subject in an internal email to colleagues that was accidentally forwarded to Politico. There is an ex-staffer. Kaptur's office later emailed an official statement explaining that the lawmaker is backing a bill to create an independent commission to investigate, quote, possible outside interference in our elections, close quote. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to be investigating the Clinton-Ukrainian connection as diligently as you will the fake Trump-Russia connection. I'm sure that was your intent all along. Continuing. The office added, quote, at this time the evidence related to this matter points to Russia, but Congresswoman Kaptur is concerned with any evidence of foreign entities interfering in our elections, close quote. Yeah, definitely. Continuing. Almost as quickly as Chalupa's efforts attracted the attention of the Ukrainian embassy and Democrats, she also found herself the subject of some unwanted attention from overseas. Within a few weeks of her initial meeting at the embassy with Schuyler and Charlie, Chalupa on April 20 received the first of what became a series of messages from the administrators of her private Yahoo email account warning her that, quote, state-sponsored actors, close quote, were trying to hack into her emails. She kept up her crusade, appearing on a panel a week after the initial hacking message to discuss her research on Manafort with a group of Ukrainian investigative journalists gathered at the Library of Congress for a program sponsored by a U.S. congressional agency called the Open World Leadership Center. U.S. congressional agency. Okay. For a second, I thought that was a Soros agency that I had looked up. My mistake. Continuing. Center spokeswoman Mara Sheldon stressed that her group is nonpartisan and ensures, quote, that our delegations hear from both sides of the aisle, receiving bipartisan information, close quote. She said the Ukrainian journalists in subsequent days met with Republican officials in North Carolina and elsewhere. And she said that, before the Library of Congress event, quote, Open World's program manager for Ukraine did contact Chalupa to advise her that Open World is a nonpartisan agency of the Congress. Chalupa, though, indicated in an email that was later hacked and released by WikiLeaks that the Open World Leadership Center, quote, put me on the program to speak specifically about Paul Manafort, close quote. In the email, which was sent in early May to then DNC Communications Director Luis Miranda, Chalupa noted that she had extended an invitation to the Library of Congress Forum to the Library of Congress Forum to veteran Washington investigative reporter Michael Isikoff. Oh boy, Michael Isikoff. 2 days before the event, he had published a story for Yahoo News revealing the unraveling of a $26 million deal between Manafort and a Russian oligarch related to a telecommunications venture in Ukraine. And Chalupa wrote in the email she'd been, quote, working with for the past few weeks, close quote, with Isikoff, quote, and connected him to the Ukrainians, close quote, at the event. How funny that a bipartisan event resulted in a damaging article on Manafort. I wouldn't have thought it possible. Isikoff, who accompanied Chalupa to a reception at the Ukrainian embassy immediately after the Library of Congress event, declined to comment. Chalupa further indicated in her hacked May email to the DNC that she had additional sensitive information about Manafort that she intended to share, quote, offline with Miranda and DNC Research Director Lauren Dillon, including, quote, a big Trump component you and Lauren need to be aware of that will hit in the next few weeks and something I'm working on you should be aware of, close quote. Excuse me. Sister. You guys are not more important than my sister, but she can wait. This can't. So, we continue. Continuing. Explaining that she didn't feel comfortable sharing the intel over email, Chalupa attached a screenshot of a warning from Yahoo administrators about, quote, state-sponsored hacking on her account, explaining, quote, since I started digging into Manafort, these messages have been a daily occurrence on my Yahoo account, despite changing my password often, close quote. Dylan and Miranda declined to comment. A DNC official stressed that Chalupa was a consultant paid to do outreach for the party's political department, not a researcher. Well, the DNC never lied, so we'll have to accept their explanation. We know that the DNC is above reproach. To continue, she undertook her investigations into Trump, Manafort, and Russia on her own, and the party did not incorporate her findings in its dossiers on the subject, the official said, stressing that the DNC had been building robust research books on Trump and his ties to Russia long before Chalupa began sounding alarms. That's a lie because there was nothing there. You guys were making all that up. It's not robust research, it's fantasy. But we all know that too. And again, this is a political article, so this kind of stuff is pretty common. Nonetheless, Chalupa's hacked email reportedly escalated concerns among top party officials, hardening their conclusion that Russia was likely behind the cyber intrusions with which the party was only then beginning to grapple. Chalupa left the DNC after the Democratic Convention in late July to focus full-time on her research into Manafort, Trump, and Russia. She said she provided off-the-record information and guidance to, quote, a lot of journalists, close quote, working on stories related to Manafort and Trump's Russia connections, despite what she described as escalating harassment. About a month and a half after Chalupa first started receiving hacking alerts, someone broke into her car outside the Northwest Washington home where she lives with her husband and 3 young daughters. She said, they rampaged it basically, but didn't take anything valuable. Left money, sunglasses, $1,200 worth of golf clubs, she said, explaining she didn't file a police report after that incident because she didn't connect it to her research and the hacking. Okay. Why would she have to connect it to her research and the hacking in order to report it? We have a very quiet neighborhood here. Very quiet. A few years ago, I was sleeping soundly, windows open, it was nice out, and I heard a crash, a very loud crash that woke me up. I called 911 and said it sounded like someone just threw a cinder block through the window of my neighbor's car out on the curb. The police responded, and it turned out I had not heard a cinder block. I had literally heard an egg splattering on the window. That's all it was. But the police started looking around, and they found 6 kids walking around with dozens of eggs looking to commit mayhem. So if I hadn't called, many places would have been egged. And as you know, if egg gets on paint and it dries, that creates a lot of damage, especially on car paint. So I called over a seemingly innocuous incident, and it turned out to be, not a major thing, but it turned out to be a good thing that the police knew about. So why the hell didn't she report her car being broke into? That's ridiculous. That leads me to believe it didn't happen. Okay, here we go. Continuing. But by the time a similar vehicle break-in occurred involving 2 family cars, she was convinced that it was a Russia-linked intimidation campaign. How would you know that? Again, I don't believe it for a second. I do not believe for 1 second that this was happening to her. The police report on the latter break-in noted that, quote, both vehicles were unlocked by an unknown person and the interior was ransacked with papers and the garage openers scattered throughout the cars. Nothing was taken from the vehicles. Then, early in the morning on another day, a woman, quote, wearing white flowers in her hair, tried to break into her family's home at 1:30 a.m., Chalupa said. Schuyler told Chalupa that the mysterious incident bore some of the hallmarks of intimidation campaigns used against foreigners in Russia, according to Chalupa. Russia, Russia, Russia. I like this line here where it says, both vehicles were unlocked by an unknown person. Unlocked. Now, that doesn't mean they were broken into. That means exactly that. They were unlocked. How do you unlock a car without leaving any kind of trace? Well, it's easy if you have the keys or the fob and you do it yourself. See, if I were looking to intimidate someone, I'd smash the damn window. I may not take anything, but I'd smash the damn window. That's intimidation. Unlocking the car, opening up the glove box and throwing and scattering everything that's in there around the car. What? So what? These are people who are avoiding damage to their vehicles while making it look like they're victims. I will bet that's what's going on. And this whole white flowers in her hair, how would you know? It doesn't say they had security cameras, but that would be the only way, is if they had Ring or something like that. But how do you know that wasn't a homeless person? Especially the whole white flowers in her hair thing. That kind of attracts attention. And again, is there any record of this? Does she have video of that? I'm betting not. Uncle Bobby says, smells like Smollett level BS. I agree. SRS 4859 makes a good point. Son-in-law's car had all four doors open when they got up in the morning and looked out. Glove box was somewhat pried open, nothing missing. Ever wonder if security system people do this? I would agree that is a possibility. That is a very firm possibility. But in this, and I won't venture to guess what happened in your son-in-law's instance. That is beyond anything I could lean in on. But in this particular instance, you've got someone who's investigating Trump Russia, which didn't happen. There were no ties between Trump and Russia. So this whole blaming it on Russia thing, this is what the Russians do to Americans or to foreign people living in Russia or visiting Russia, whatever. Pure fantasy, in my opinion. Pure and utter fantasy. But again, SRS 4859, your son-in-law's car, no idea. Has he been investigating Ukrainian business dealings? Maybe. Have him call Chalupa. They could compare notes. Continuing. Schuyler told Chalupa that the mysterious incident bore some of the hallmarks of intimidation campaigns used against foreigners in Russia, according to Chalupa. Quote, this is something that they do to U.S. diplomats. They do it to Ukrainians. Like, this is how they operate. They break into people's homes. They harass people. They're theatrical about it, quote, unquote, end quote, Chalupa said. Quote, they must have seen when I was writing to the DNC staff, outlining who Manafort was, pulling articles, saying why it was significant, and painting the bigger picture, close quote. Yes, you're a victim. You're a horrific, put upon international victim, Chalupa. God bless your soul. Continuing. In a Yahoo News story naming Chalupa as one of the 16, quote, ordinary people who, quote, shaped the 2016 election, I would not want that hung on me. Isikoff wrote that after Chalupa left the DNC, FBI agents began investigating the hacking, FBI agents investigating the hacking questioned her and examined her laptop and smartphone. So she let the FBI investigate her stuff, but the DNC and Hillary wouldn't let the FBI look at their servers. Huh. I'd be curious if the FBI found anything on Chalupa's stuff. Chalupa this month told Politico that as her research and role in the election started becoming more public, she began receiving death threats, along with continued alerts of state-sponsored hacking. But she said, quote, "None of this has scared me off." Got any proof of those death threats, Chalupa? Any? Continuing. While it's not uncommon for outside operatives to serve as... Now, notice how... Remember, the title of the story was that the Democrats had some problems to deal with regarding Ukrainian meddling in the election. How much of that have you seen in this article, except for like the first 2 paragraphs? This is all about Chalupa now. Let's see if we can get into this finally. Sorry. Quote. I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay. Back to the article. While it's not uncommon for outside operatives to serve as intermediaries between governments and reporters, one of the more damaging Russia-related stories for the Trump campaign, and certainly for Manafort, can be traced more directly to the Ukrainian government. Here we go. Documents released by an independent Ukrainian government agency and publicized by a parliamentarian appeared to show $12.7 million in cash payments that were earmarked for Manafort by the Russia-aligned party of the deposed former President Yanukovych. The New York Times, in the August story revealing the ledger's existence, reported that the payments earmarked for Manafort were a focus, quote-unquote, of an investigation by Ukrainian anti-corruption officials, while CNN reported days later that the FBI was pursuing an overlapping inquiry. Clinton's campaign pounced? Clinton's campaign pounced on the story to advance Democrats' argument that Trump's campaign was closely linked to Russia. The ledger represented, quote, more troubling connections between Donald Trump's team and pro-Kremlin elements in the Ukraine, close quote. Robbie Mook, there's a great name for someone working for Clinton, Mook, Clinton's campaign manager, said in a statement. He demanded that Trump, quote, disclose campaign chair Paul Manafort's and all other campaign employees and advisors' ties to Russia or pro-Kremlin entities, including whether any of Trump's employees or advisors are currently representing and or being paid by them. Screw you, Robbie Mook, you disingenuous hack. Of course, he lost. Clinton's campaign manager. In fact, I'd never heard of him till now. I'd never heard of Robbie Mook till right now. I never knew who Clinton's campaign manager was. Now we know he was a piece of shit, and of course, he's also an idiot because he probably let Hillary get off not campaigning in Michigan and Wisconsin like she should have. So at one point, Robbie Mook's a piece of shit, but he's also my hero. Continuing. A former Ukrainian investigative journalist and current parliamentarian named Serhiy Leshchenko, who was elected in 2014 as part of Poroshenko's party, held a news conference to highlight the ledgers and to urge Ukrainian and American law enforcement to aggressively investigate Manafort. I believe and understand the basis of these payments are totally against the law. We have the proof from these books, close quote, Lyshenko said during the news conference, which attracted international media coverage. Quote, if Mr. Manafort denies any allegations, I think he has to be interrogated into this case and prove his position that he was not involved in any misconduct on the territory of Ukraine, Lyshenko added. Okay, so Manafort has to prove a negative. That's not inherently evil at all. That's not, innocent before proven guilty. Yeah, come on, Manafort, prove a negative. Prove that you're not guilty. Prove that you're not guilty. Sorry, it's Leschenko. I pronounced that wrong. Leschenko. Manafort denied receiving any off-books cash from Yanukovych's party of regents and said that he had never been contacted about the ledger by Ukrainian or American investigators, later telling Politico, I was just caught in the crossfire, quote-unquote. According to a series of memos reportedly compiled for Trump's opponents by a former British intelligence agent, Yanukovych, in a secret meeting with Putin on the day after the Times published its report, admitted that he had authorized, quote, substantial kickback payments to Manafort, close quote. But according to the report, which was published Tuesday by BuzzFeed but remains unverified, Yanukovych assured Putin, quote, that there was no documentary trail left behind which could provide clear evidence of this, close quote, an alleged statement that seems to implicitly question the authenticity of the ledger. So there's BuzzFeed, probably being wrong and being right at the same time. That's pretty much their style. The scrutiny around the ledgers, combined with that from other stories about this Ukraine work, proved too much, and he stepped down from the Trump campaign less than a week after the Times story. At the time, Leschenko suggested that his motivation was partly to undermine Trump. Quote, for me, it was important to show not only the corruption aspect, but that he is a pro-Russian candidate who can break the geopolitical balance in the world, close quote. Leschenko told the Financial Times about 2 weeks after his news conference. The newspaper noted that Trump's candidacy had spurred, quote, Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they would never have attempted before, intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election, close quote, and the story quoted Leschenko asserting that the majority of Ukraine's politicians are, quote, on Hillary Clinton's side. Go figure. But by this month, Leschenko was seeking to recast his motivation, telling Politico, quote, I didn't care who won the U.S. elections. This was a decision for the American voters to decide, close quote. His goal in highlighting the ledgers, he said, was, quote, to raise these issues on a political level and emphasize the importance of the investigation, close quote. It sounds like it was written by Hillary handlers. In a series of answers provided to Politico, a spokesman for Poroshenko distanced his administration from both Leschenko's efforts and those of the agency that Leschenko leased, and those of the agency. There's something really weird here. It says R.E. Leschenko leased the ledgers. Oh, and those of the agency that released the ledgers. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Okay, let me start the sentence over again. That was really bad formatting on their part. One more time. In a series of answers provided to Politico, a spokesman for Poroshenko distanced his administration from both Leschenko's efforts and those of the agency that released the ledgers, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. I believe we know that as NABU. It was created in 2014 as a condition for Ukraine to receive aid from the U.S. and the European Union, and it signed an evidence-sharing agreement with the FBI in late June, less than a month and a half before it released the ledgers. Now there's some significant timing. Signed that, and then started pouring out that information. And this agreement has been recently referenced by Rudy as and by Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, as the avenue that they're trying to use to get this information about the Black Ledger and about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden get this information to U.S. law enforcement agencies. They signed a treaty specifically about sharing information. It looks like it was done in order to fund the Manafort stuff, or funnel, the Manafort stuff to the Clinton campaign and to news agencies, but it's backfired on them, and now it's being used to investigate the Ukrainian Black Ledger and Joe and Hunter. So small favors sometimes turn into big rewards. Continuing. The Bureau is, quote, fully independent, the Poroshenko spokesman said, adding that when it came to the presidential... Excuse me. Something got caught in my throat. Let's start over. The Bureau is, quote, fully independent, the Poroshenko spokesman said, adding that when it came to the presidential administration, there was, quote, no targeted action against Manafort, close quote. Bullshit. He added, quote, as to Serhiy Leschenko, he positions himself as a representative of internal opposition in the bloc of Petro Poroshenko's faction, despite the fact that he belongs to the faction, close quote. The spokesman said, adding, quote, it was about him personally who pushed the Anti-Corruption Bureau to proceed with investigation on Manafort, close quote. But an operative who has worked extensively in Ukraine, including as an advisor to Poroshenko, said it was highly unlikely that either Leschenko or the Anti-Corruption Bureau would have pushed the issue without at least tacit approval from Poroshenko or his closest allies. Quote, it was something that Poroshenko was probably aware of and could have stopped if he wanted to, said the operative. And almost immediately after Trump's stunning victory over Clinton, questions began mounting about the investigation into the ledgers and the ledgers themselves. This is a picture right here of Serhiy Leschenko, the rat fink who made all this up. Continuing. An official with the Anti-Corruption Bureau told a Ukrainian newspaper, Mr. Manafort does not have a role in this case, close quote. And while the Anti-Corruption Bureau told Politico late last month that a, quote, general investigation is still ongoing, close quote, of the ledger, it said Manafort is not a target of the investigation. Quote, as he is not the Ukrainian citizen, the Anti-Corruption Bureau by law couldn't investigate him personally, the Bureau said in a statement. Some Poroshenko critics have gone further, suggesting that the Bureau is backing away from investigating because the ledgers might have been doctored or even forged. Valentin Nalvaichenko, a Ukrainian former diplomat who served as the country's head of security under Poroshenko, but is now affiliated with a leading opponent of Poroshenko, said it was fishy that, quote, only one part of the Black Ledger appeared, close quote. He asked, quote, where is the handwriting analysis, close quote, and said it was, quote, crazy to announce an investigation based on the ledgers. He met last month in Washington with Trump allies and said, quote, of course, they all recognize that our Anti-Corruption Bureau intervened in the presidential campaign, close quote. And in an interview, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. And it just sat there. It just sat there. I mean, give me a break. And in an interview this week, Manafort, who reemerged as an informal advisor to Trump after Election Day, suggested that the ledgers were inauthentic and called their publication, quote, a politically motivated false attack on me. My role as a paid consultant was public. There was nothing off the books, but the way that this was presented tried to make it look shady, close quote. He added that he felt particularly wronged by efforts to cast his work in Ukraine as pro-Russian, arguing, quote, all my efforts were focused on helping Ukraine move into Europe and the West, close quote. He specifically cited his work on denuclearizing the country and on the European Union trade and political pact that Yanukovych spurned before fleeing to Russia. Quote, in no case was I ever involved in anything that would be contrary to U.S. interests, Manafort said. Yet Russia seemed to come to the defense of Manafort and Trump last month when a spokeswoman, I misgendered, for Russia's when a spokeswoman for Russia's foreign ministry charged that the Ukrainian government used the ledgers as a political weapon. Quote, Ukraine seriously complicated the work of Trump's election campaign headquarters by planting information according to which Paul Manafort, Trump's campaign manager, allegedly accepted money from Ukrainian oligarchs. Maria Zakharova said at a news briefing, according to a transcript of remarks posted on the Foreign Ministry's website. Quote, all of you have heard this remarkable story, she told assembled reporters. Beyond any efforts to sabotage Trump, Ukrainian officials didn't exactly extend a hand of friendship to the GOP nominee during the campaign. The ambassador, Chally, penned an op-ed piece for The Hill in which he chastised Trump for a confusing series of statements in which the GOP candidate at one point expressed a willingness to consider recognizing Russia's annexation of the Ukrainian territory of Crimea as legitimate. The op-ed made some in the embassy uneasy, sources said. That was like too close for comfort, even for them, said Chalupa. That was something that was as risky as they were going to be. Former Ukrainian Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk warned on Facebook that Trump had, quote, challenged the very values of the free world, close quote. Ukraine's Minister of Internal Affairs, Arsen Avakov, piled on, trashing Trump on Twitter in July as a, quote, clown, and asserting that Trump is, quote, an even bigger danger to the U.S. than terrorism, close quote. Unprecedented, folks. Unprecedented. Avakov, in a Facebook post, lashed out at Trump for his confusing Crimea comments, calling the assessment the, quote, diagnosis of a dangerous misfit, close quote, according to a translated screenshot featured in one media report, though he later deleted the post. He called Trump, quote, dangerous for Ukraine and the U.S., close quote, and noted that Manafort worked with Yanukovych when the former Ukrainian leader, quote, fled to Russia through Crimea. Where would Manafort lead Trump, close quote. The Trump-Ukraine relationship grew even more fraught in September, with reports that the GOP nominee had snubbed Poroshenko on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, where the Ukrainian president tried to meet both major party candidates, but scored only a meeting with Clinton. Telizhenko, the former embassy staffer, said that during the primaries, Chally, the country's ambassador in Washington, had actually instructed the embassy not to reach out to Trump's campaign, even as it was engaging with those of Clinton and Trump's leading GOP rival, Ted Cruz. Quote, we had an order not to talk to the Trump team because he was critical of Ukraine and the government and its critical position on Crimea and the conflict, close quote, said Telizhenko. Quote, I was yelled at when I proposed to talk to Trump, he said, adding, quote, the ambassador said not to get involved. Hillary is going to win. Deep state, anyone? Anyone? Continuing. This account was confirmed by Nalvianchenko, the former diplomat and security chief now affiliated with a Poroshenko opponent, who said, quote, the Ukrainian authorities closed all doors and windows. This is from the Ukrainian side, close quote. He called the strategy, quote, bad and short-sighted. Andriy Artemenko, a Ukrainian parliamentarian associated with a conservative opposition party, did meet with Trump's team during the campaign and said he personally offered to set up similar meetings for Chally, but was rebuffed. Quote, it was clear that they were supporting Hillary Clinton's candidacy, Artemenko said. Quote, they did everything from organizing meetings with the Clinton team to publicly supporting her to criticizing Trump. I think that they simply didn't meet because they thought that Hillary would win, close quote. Shilar rejected the characterizations that the embassy had a ban on interacting with Trump, instead explaining that it, quote, had different diplomats assigned for dealing with different teams, tailoring the content and messaging. So it was not an instruction to abstain from the engagement, but rather an internal discipline for diplomats to not get involved into a field she or he was not assigned to, but where another colleague was involved, close quote. Did that mean anything to anyone? Because I think that was a bunch of word salad, hiding the fact that they did in fact have it in for Trump, and were in the bag for Hillary the entire time. That was a flat mess of a statement. Hot mess of a statement, excuse me. Continuing. And she pointed out that Chally traveled to the GOP convention in Cleveland in late July and met with members of Trump's foreign policy team, quote, to highlight the importance of Ukraine and the support of it by the U.S., close quote. Despite the outreach, Trump's campaign in Cleveland gutted a proposed amendment to the Republican Party platform that called for the U.S. to provide, quote, lethal defensive weapons for Ukraine to defend itself against Russian incursions. Backers of the measure charged. Okay, another lie, another out-and-out lie. If you have read about that meeting for the Republican Party platform, you will know that that was proposed by a fairly radical member of the Republican Party in the committee for the platform. And the original platform did not call for lethal defensive weapons to be sold to Ukraine. So it wasn't that the Trump campaign scuttled the amendment. It's that it was killed by everyone. It was killed by the people who wanted to maintain the status quo of the Republican platform. It was not the Trump team that did that. That's an out-and-out lie, and this is an older article, but it should not be repeated by anyone, that's for sure. A quick aside, this is a picture, you probably can't read the caption. This is the picture of the Ukraine ambassador to the U.S., Valery Chaly, who we know was not very fond of Trump. Continuing, the outreach ramped up after Trump's victory. Schuyler pointed out that Poroshenko was among the first foreign leaders to call to congratulate Trump, and she said that since Election Day, Chaly has met with close Trump allies, including Senators Jeff Sessions, Trump's nominee for Attorney General, and Bob Corker, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, while the ambassador accompanied Ivana Klimpousch-Tsinadze, Ukraine's vice minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, to a round of Washington meetings with Representative Tom Marino, Republican Pennsylvania, an early Trump backer, and Jim DeMint, president of the Heritage Foundation, which played a prominent role in Trump's transition. Many Ukrainian officials and operatives and their American allies see Trump's... Okay, this is all... Let's see. This might be... yeah, this is all later stuff about the Ukrainians trying to suck up to Trump. We got the gist of the article. So there it is. The Ukrainians were completely in the bag for Hillary. And one parliamentarian in particular did all he could to sabotage the Trump campaign. And we're just now getting a look at it. All right. Now, this is an embassy letter. This is a translation. Wait a minute. No. Is this the translation? No, this isn't the translation. Where is that? I've got that written down. Kalimnik, Open Society. That's coming up. The translated memo's coming up. I got my notes here. Okay, so this is a memo from the embassy, the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, to the Deputy Prosecutor General. Now this is dated April 4th, 2016. So this is right after Biden strong-armed the Ukrainian president to kick what was his name again? Shukov off of the post. It kicked him out as the inspector general or the head prosecutor, whatever. Head prosecutor, yeah. Skullcrab asks, where are we now in Epstein again? Right now, nowhere. I don't believe there's been any movement in the case at this point in time. I haven't heard of anything coming up. Shokin, thank you, Laura. I keep forgetting that. I'm very embarrassed that I'm doing that. Please forgive me. So, continuing. This is, again, from the U.S. Embassy to Mr. Yuri Stolyarchuk, Deputy Prosecutor General, Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine, Kiev. And again, this is right after Biden strong-armed them to get rid of that prosecutor because he said that the system was corrupt. Dear Mr. Stolyarchuk, thank you for your letter dated March 29, 2016, and the clarification of your remarks. I am answering on behalf of Ambassador Piet. I would like to make clear, as has Ambassador Piet in his public statements, that the United States has no concerns about the use of our assistance funds for our joint project with the Prosecutor General's Office. Furthermore, as we have also stated publicly, none of these assistance funds were provided directly to any entity within the Prosecutor General's Office, including Deputy Prosecutor David Sakvarledze and his staff. We have accounted for every single foreign assistance dollar provided within the framework of this project, as is our practice for every project we support in Ukraine. All of this assistance was administered according to U.S. laws and regulations and in strict compliance with our bilateral agreement dated March 13, 2015, and our joint action plan signed on August 10, 2015. The U.S. assistance package, which the Prosecutor General's Office has publicly stated it is, quote, investigating, is implemented through the International Development and Law Organization, an intergovernmental organization, and through the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Overseas Prosecutorial Development, Assistance, and Training. Management and oversight of this funding is done by the U.S. Embassy in Kiev through the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Section. So, head prosecutor was corrupt. Yet, the ambassador, or at least on behalf of the ambassador, we have a memo, a letter, I should say, stating that everything's fine and dandy with the prosecutor's office. This just maybe a couple weeks. I never found out when exactly that March strong arming of the Ukraine president was with Biden and the $1.2 billion in aid. It just said, everybody just says March of 2016. 2016. They never give the exact date, and it drives me crazy. If anyone knows it, please banner me and put it up. I'd love to see it. But, seems like things were pretty hunky-dory between the embassy and the Ukraine prosecutor's office. Now, this is a translation of the Ukraine Prosecutor General's Office memo. This is huge. This is huge. English translation of undated Ukraine Prosecutor General's memo. In the end of March 2016, it's a quote, Mr. O.O. Kondratenko, the head of a department of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine, informed me that 3 U.S. citizens wanted to make an appointment to see me. I agreed to see them. Those individuals turned out to be Karen Tramontano, a name that we've seen before, Sally Painter, a name we've seen before, and John Beretta, a name we've seen before. They turned out to be representatives of the Blue Star Strategies Company, we'll get into that in a second, and at the same time, Karen Tramontano and Sally Painter said that in the past, they had worked in President Clinton's administration. Here we go, folks. The purpose of their visit was an apology for dissemination of false information by U.S. representatives and public figures on the activities of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine in regards to the investigation of criminal activities of Zlochevsky. These individuals noted that they had been aware that the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine had implemented all required steps for prosecution of Zlochevsky and that he was released by the British court due to the underperformance of the British law enforcement agencies. Remember, we've heard twice now that the case was thrown out, the case against Zlochevsky was thrown out because the British authorities slow-rolled it and did not meet the deadline for documents. We've heard from one source, that it was the Ukrainians' fault. That they, quote-unquote, sent letters to Zlochevsky saying that there wasn't a case and that he had nothing to worry about. There's a third version of this that we'll get to in a bit. Continuing. I thanked these representatives for such an assessment of the activities of the Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine and introduced them to the results of the reforms of the prosecutor's departments, including the results published on the website of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine. The above-mentioned individuals were surprised by this information and said that entirely different information had been disseminated at the U.S. Department of State about the failure of the reforms at the Ukrainian prosecutor's office, but after they got introduced to the materials provided, they realized that the information disseminated in the U.S. was incorrect and that they would facilitate my visit to the U.S. for the purpose of delivering the true information to the State Department management. That visit was being prepared but was canceled after Yuri V. Lutsenko was nominated for the position of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine. And there's an attachment that is the copies of the business cards that the above-mentioned individuals gave me during the meeting. And those are not included in this memo. So there you have it. That's what John Solomon referenced in both articles that we read, that representatives of Hunter's team, these are people who represent Hunter Biden. Blue Star is a lobbying firm, and again, I have a little on that in a second. And Tramontano and Sally Painter are part of that firm. John Beretta is Hunter Biden's legal representative. He also represented Slutchevsky. We'll get into that in a second. So, this is opensecrets.org. I've never used it before, but it came up when I was researching this. And we have Blue Star Strategies, a lobbying firm. And we have data from 2013, 15, and then 2013, and then 15 through 19. So let's start with 2013. Who do we have here? We have Sally Painter and Karen Tramontano, both working for the Association of Latvian Private Banks. And Painter also working for the International Association of LGBT Investors and Private Business Owners. Okay? Those two. 2015. We have Sally Painter working with Blue Star. And her client this time was the WPP Group, the Glover Park Group. Never heard of them. No idea where they are. 2016. Now we just have Karen Tramontano, and her client through Blue Star was Fontem Ventures. Never heard of them either. I didn't bother researching these people. It really doesn't matter. 2017. We again have Karen Tramontano working with Fontem Ventures. This is the only time they've actually stayed with the same group 1 year in a row, or 2 years in a row. 3 years in a row, because there's Karen Tramontano again working for Fontem Ventures through Blue Star. And then 2019, you're going to love this. Where is that? Did that come up? This isn't working. Let me refresh this. No, it did work. I could have sworn her and Painter were both working for Blue Star in 2019, but they weren't. They were only working together back in 2013. But but they obviously came together again in 2016 to represent Hunter Biden. Now, we've been talking about John Beretta a couple times. John Beretta was the legal counsel for Nikolai Slutchevsky in the Burisma matter. And as you may have recalled from before, all the Burisma litigation wasn't completed until January of 2017. Even though we're led to believe that the prosecution was completely scuttled when the prosecutor that Biden got fired had to drop the case. It seems it was picked up again. There's only one thing I want to really deal with here. There's a lot going on, but there's just one thing we need to look at. Why were the cases against Nikolai Zlochevsky in Ukraine closed? And what is the relevance of the 2015 decision by the UK Criminal Court? Here we go. This is Beretta talking. The UK Central Criminal Court held a formal hearing during December 3 through 5, 2014, and considered voluminous evidence presented by the UK Serious Fraud Office and by Mr. Zlochevsky. The evidence included thousands of pages of material produced by Ukrainian authorities at the request of the SFO. Okay, we were told the Ukrainian authorities did not produce the documents. Here's the lawyer for Zlochevsky saying they did. Relevant documents produced by financial institutions and affidavits in a large volume of documents produced on behalf of Mr. Zlochevsky. In January 2015, the UK Central Criminal Court, in a lengthy written decision, concluded that there was no reasonable cause to believe that Mr. Zlochevsky's assets were unlawfully acquired as a result of misconduct while he served in public office. In addition, the UK court found that the SFO materially and significantly failed to disclose relevant documents favorable to Mr. Zlochevsky. In August 2014, the Office of the Prosecutor General opened a criminal proceeding as to the same matters adjudicated by the UK Central Criminal Court. With regard to the PGO's investigation, Mr. Zlochevsky produced voluminous materials addressing the allegations as he had before the UK Central Criminal Court. Over the 2 years the PGO matter was open, no evidence was presented supporting any claim that Mr. Zlochevsky had abused his position while in public office. In December 2016, the Pechursk District Court of the City of Kiev concluded that no criminal procedure should be taken against Mr. Zlochevsky. In other words, the Pechursk District Court reached the same conclusion as the UK Central Criminal Court. Okay, so we had a friendly prosecutor put in after the prosecutor involved with the Biden investigation, the Burisma investigation, was fired. Now they said they reopened the case, but they only looked at Zlochevsky's dealings when he was in office, not when he was with Burisma. So there was a gift. The part I want to really focus on, though, is where Beretta says that the UK Criminal Court concluded there is no reasonable cause to believe that Zelensky's assets were unlawfully acquired. Again, while he served in public office, not Burisma. We were told several times that the UK court slow-rolled the document procedures and that the case was thrown out. Beretta seems to think that it was actually a very sound and thorough legal decision. I don't know who to believe. I'm inclined to believe the part about the UK, but we don't know this for a fact. So I'm just laying it out there. Now, Shokin. Viktor Shokin, the man who was fired because of Biden's blackmail against the Ukrainian president, withholding a $1.2 billion loan guarantee that would have kept Ukraine alive economically. Nothing to see here. This is a statement provided by Shokin to a European court under oath. Confidentiality notice. This witness statement is provided on the strict understanding that its contents and the identity of its maker are treated confidentially. So this was released by Shokin to John Solomon. Witness statement of Viktor Mikolajevich Shokin. I, Viktor Shokin, holding passport of Ukrainian citizen, etc., residing at flat, etc., state as follows. I make this statement at the request of lawyers acting for Dmitry Firtash for use in legal proceedings in Austria. I do so entirely voluntarily and without any threat or inducement. I am a former general prosecutor of the Republic of Ukraine. I worked in the General Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine from May 1980 to 3 April 2016 at different times. I was Deputy Prosecutor of Ukraine on 3 separate occasions, from 2002 to 2003, from 2005 to 2007, and from 2014 to 2015. I was General Prosecutor of Ukraine from 10 February 2015 to 3 April 2016. I was dismissed from the position of General Prosecutor in the circumstances that I set out below. So see, we were told it was a March event, but Shokin's statement says it happened on April 3rd. Since this is under oath, and Shokin is the direct recipient of this firing, I'm going to go with April 3rd. Again, I did not read this before I put it up, so obviously I did not know his statement included the date of his firing. So I apologize for just saying March all along when I could have had more information for you at the beginning. So I was dismissed from the position of General Prosecutor in the circumstances that I set out below. In this witness statement, I explained that during the period in which I worked as General Prosecutor of Ukraine, and the DF refers to Dmitry Firtash. I should have said that earlier. So I'm going to say DF from now on. Dmitry Firtash is represented here in DF. DF announced publicly that he would return to Ukraine to address the employers of Ukraine on 2 December 2015 to launch his plan for the modernization of Ukraine. U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, who represented the U.S. in its relations with Ukraine, together with Poroshenko and others in Ukraine, as the Minister of Internal Affairs, Avakov, took steps aimed at preventing DF's return to Ukraine. They resorted to extreme and desperate measures to do this. Indeed, I found out from speeches given by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Avakov, which were published in the media, that the Internal Affairs authorities had been investigating 3 criminal cases, under which criminal charges could have been brought against DF. The media went on to report that if DF returned to the Ukraine, he could have been detained and arrested. However, this was merely a pretext to take further action aimed at stopping DF from coming to Ukraine. Then Avakov stated in the media that DF would be arrested and prosecuted in Ukraine on U.S. charges, that this was allegedly possible under Ukrainian law, and that U.S. state officials at the time had requested this action. However, I can testify that as General Prosecutor, I did not receive any evidence or materials from anyone to support DF's involvement in criminality. It transpired that the actions above did not deter DF from returning, and so the Ukrainian government organized and endorsed a unit of ultra-right militia of the Azov Battalion to threaten DF by posting pictures of military-clad and armed members of the unit wearing masks and patrolling the airport in waiting for DF to arrive. In addition, the media also reported that Ukraine had closed its airspace to private jets. Therefore, it is clear to me that certain U.S. officials from President Obama's administration, in particular the U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, this is important, folks, directly manipulated the political leadership of Ukraine on false pretexts in order to prevent DF from returning to Ukraine, as they were so concerned about him reestablishing public life there. DF did not travel to Ukraine. Vice President Joe Biden did when he met with President Poroshenko on 6 December and addressed the Rada on 8 December. If the U.S. presidential administration had indeed wanted to prosecute DF, the correct legal procedure should have been followed. DF should have been subjected to the official procedure of criminal prosecution upon his arrival in Ukraine on the basis of materials officially provided by the USA and a detailed analysis of all the evidence and relevant legal provisions in full compliance with Ukrainian law. In the absence of sufficient evidence, he would have either been acquitted or the criminal proceedings would have been terminated. Consequently, all allegations against him would have been cleared. However, instead of this, state officials from the U.S. presidential administration, who had substantial influence on the entire law enforcement system of Ukraine, my own dismissal being evidence of such influence, see below, did not take any actions in regards to bringing criminal charges against DF in Ukraine. Therefore, I believe that having realized that they could not mount a sustainable prosecution in Ukraine, and following their recent loss in respect of the extradition case in Austria, they took active steps in order to block his return to Ukraine. Had DF arrived in Ukraine, there was a real possibility of an attempt being made on his life, whether on orders or unilaterally by an extremist serving his country, quote unquote. and I hereby confirm that as General Prosecutor, I would never have permitted DF to be detained for political reasons, especially as I know for a fact that there were no criminal grounds on which to detain and prosecute him. This instance of interference in Ukraine's affairs by U.S. officials to achieve U.S. objectives, barring DF's return to public life in Ukraine, was closely followed by another instance of interference, namely forcing Poroshenko to dismiss me because my actions as General Prosecutor did not suit the interests of the U.S. Vice President Biden and the persons connected to him. I now set out the details. The General Prosecutor of Ukraine is appointed to office by the President of Ukraine with consent of the Verkhovna Rada, and the Rada is Parliament, as we said earlier. I was accordingly appointed during the presidency of President Poroshenko by 318 votes of members of the Ukrainian Parliament, which constituted a constitutional majority. Whilst occupying this post, I was staunchly politically unaffiliated. The circumstances of my dismissal were that I tendered my resignation to the Rada at the request of President Poroshenko. Poroshenko asked me to resign due to pressure from the U.S. presidential administration, in particular from Joe Biden, who was the U.S. vice president. Biden was threatening to withhold $1 billion in subsidies to Ukraine until I was removed from office. After I yielded to the president's request and submitted my voluntary resignation, Poroshenko commented about it in the media. He said that I had carried out a colossal amount of work as a general prosecutor, which is something none of my predecessors had been able to do, especially with regards to my work on reforming the different bodies of the prosecutor's office, on creating the specialized anti-corruption prosecutor's office, which enabled the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine to conduct legal work, and on creating self-governing prosecution authorities. The official reason put forward for my dismissal was that I had allegedly failed to secure the public's trust. Poroshenko and other state officials, including representatives of the U.S. presidential administration, had never previously had any complaints about my work. However, there were no grievances against me or any allegations that I had committed any corruption-related or indeed any other criminal offenses. Biden never stated anything of the kind either. Furthermore, all sanctions in respect of Yanukovych and his supporters remained in force and were not lifted whilst I occupied the post. Moreover, these sanctions were extended. The truth is that I was forced out because I was leading a wide-range corruption probe into Burisma Holdings, a natural gas firm active in Ukraine, and Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was a member of the board of directors. And of course, Biden's partner in crime, Devin Archer, was also on the board. I assume Burisma, which was connected with gas extraction, had the support of the U.S. Vice President Joe Biden because his son was on the board of directors. On several occasions, President Poroshenko asked me to have a look at the criminal case against Burisma and consider the possibility of winding down the investigative actions in respect of this company, but I refused to close this investigation. Therefore, I was forced to leave office under direct and intense pressure from Joe Biden and the U.S. administration. In my conversations with Poroshenko at the time, he was emphatic that I should cease my investigations regarding Burisma. When I did not, he said that the U.S., via Biden, were refusing to release $1 billion promised to Ukraine. He said that he had no choice, therefore, but to ask me to resign. When Poroshenko asked me to resign, the way that he put it was that he was making it for the good of our country, and that I should agree also as an act of patriotism. I agreed to tender my resignation on this basis. After my dismissal, Joe Biden made a public statement saying, even bragging, that he had me fired. This is when it became clear that the real reason for my dismissal was my actions regarding Burisma and Biden's personal interest in that company, which was demonstrated by the following. It was Biden's order and wish that I be removed from office, not Poroshenko's decision. The reason was because it was precisely the state officials from the U.S. administration of President Obama, and Joe Biden in particular, who were telling the heads of the Ukrainian law enforcement system how to investigate and whom to investigate, including members of the Yanukovych regime team. I was not complying with their will in respect of Zlochevsky in particular, who was a minister under Yanukovych, so I had to be removed from office. It was not Poroshenko being patriotic, was Poroshenko submitting to the demands of state officials from the U.S. administration of President Obama for reasons of political economy and the personal interests of the U.S. Vice President Biden, amongst others. Booyah! Continuing. When I found out about the actual reason for my dismissal from Biden's statement, I went to the courts and asked for recognition that I had been forced to submit my, quote, voluntary resignation, and therefore that my dismissal be declared unlawful. I was refused to have my case examined on its merits due to the fact that I had supposedly missed the deadlines for applying to the courts. When I exhausted all domestic legal remedies, I petitioned the ECTHR on the basis that my fundamental rights had been breached and that my dismissal was politically motivated and therefore unlawful. DF won his extradition case in Austria at first instance on 30 April 2015 while I was general prosecutor of Ukraine. This was widely reported in the media at the time. It was also subsequently reported that he intended to come back to Ukraine in order to address the General Assembly of the Federation of Employers of Ukraine on 2 December 2015. He was the head of the FEU. It was public knowledge that in March 2015, DF and the FEU established a body called the Agency for the Modernization of Ukraine to develop a comprehensive plan for the economic revival of Ukraine, involving massive investment into Ukraine. It was called the Plan for the Modernization of Ukraine, and it was also public knowledge that it was to be presented specifically by DF at the FEU event on 2 December 2015. During this period, I was present in meetings with Poroshenko, as were the heads of other law enforcement authorities of Ukraine, in which the matter barring DF from returning to Ukraine was discussed, although I was not specifically addressed on the issue. Based on the outcome of these meetings, I believe that the initiative and main motivation on barring DF from returning to Ukraine was coming mostly from state officials of the U.S. administration, especially from Biden. This was not a secret. Everyone knew it, and it was in the media that state officials from the U.S. administration of President Obama stood behind the intense and aggressive warnings to DF not to return. For example, one article on 3 December 2015 had the title, quote, "A Ukrainian oligarch's foiled homecoming. The U.S. and the government in Kiev want Dmytro Firtash behind bars," close quote. It said that, quote, Avakov announced on Sunday that, here in italics, after consulting with U.S. officials, he instructed Ukrainian police to detain Firtash should he attempt to enter Ukraine. In that italics was supplied. Biden, Poroshenko, and Avakov were determined to prevent DF from coming to Ukraine. They were absolutely resolute. The media was used to deliver a very strong message, loud and clear, to DF not to come to Ukraine. Photos of armed paramilitaries waiting for DF were taken and posted on the internet, including on Avakov's Facebook page, and the Ukrainian airspace was closed at the end of November in order to prevent DF from coming to Ukraine. For example, the media reported, Andriy Beletsky, commander of Ukraine's nationalist Azov battalion, said that his volunteer fighters would arrest Firtash themselves if government forces failed to do so. He later posted a Facebook photo of his armed men waiting at Kiev's Borispol airport. Back then, at a press conference, I, as general prosecutor, was asked about how I would treat Firtash upon his upon his return to Ukraine. Knowing that there were no criminal cases against him in my office, and knowing that the situation was the same in other offices as well, I replied that I would greet him with a bunch of flowers, and suggested that he contact Avakov in this regard. As the general prosecutor and an honored legal professional of Ukraine, I knew that there were only two legal scenarios in which DF could be detained in Ukraine. The first is that Ukraine would prosecute DF for crimes committed in Ukraine. The second was for DF to be prosecuted in Ukraine on the basis of allegations and materials handed over to us by the U.S. Under Ukrainian law, DF could not be extradited because he is a national of Ukraine, and we do not extradite our nationals. However, Ukrainian nationals can be prosecuted for crimes committed in another country on the basis of the materials provided by this country. Avakov stated publicly to the media that if DF arrived in Kiev, he would be detained and prosecuted, but the truth is that there was no evidence that DF had committed any crimes in Ukraine. Avakov later admitted as much publicly. Had there been any evidence of criminality by DF in Ukraine, the General Prosecutor's Office would have been aware of it. there was no such evidence. Regarding the absence of domestic charges, the Ministry of Internal Affairs spokesman, MVD, Artem Shevchenko, stated on 26 November that the MVD of Ukraine does not have any criminal proceedings in which businessman Dmitry Firtash is named as a suspect, though there is a case relating to the AHNC group of companies in which he has been summoned to be interviewed as a witness. Once it was admitted that there was no basis on which to arrest DF for crimes committed in Ukraine, the U.S. officials and the Interior Ministry of Ukraine switched to the U.S. charges. Thus, on 29 November 2015, the MVD issued a statement with the title, Dmitry Firtash will be detained on his arrival on request from U.S. Department of Justice. According to this press statement, Minister Avakov said that Ukraine had offered to take over the criminal proceedings against DF instigated in the U.S. and to prosecute him on those charges in Ukraine. As I say, Ukraine's law allows for this. However, our law does not allow him to be detained for 40 days as a Ukrainian national. On the same day, Avakov wrote on his Facebook page that DF would be detained on arrival following an application from the U.S. Department of Justice and that the relevant consultations with the U.S. had already been concluded. It is my testimony that as the general prosecutor, I was not provided with any evidence proving DF's guilt in committing any crimes either in Ukraine or other countries, including the U.S. I know for a fact that under Ukrainian law, when a foreign state, here the U.S., seeks criminal prosecution of an individual in circumstances where there has not yet been a verdict of that person, such as in DF's case, he was wanted in Austria in order to be tried, the responsible body for receiving and dealing with such requests is the General Prosecutor's Office. Where there has been a criminal verdict, it is the Ministry of Justice. As there had been no verdict in DF's case, it was the exclusive competence of the General Prosecutor's Office to receive any request for a criminal prosecution of DF, as well as all underlying evidence to support a criminal prosecution. As I have said, no such evidence was provided, notwithstanding the fact that every measure supposedly had been taken to detain DF upon arrival in Ukraine. Ukraine was going to great lengths to show its readiness to immediately detain DF if he arrived to Ukraine. I would add that I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. I would add that all the actions and statements made by the then state officials from the U.S. presidential administration, as well as the administration of Ukraine, were not aimed at DF's criminal prosecution, but at preventing his return to Ukraine. If they were interested in his criminal prosecution, they would have, on the contrary, created an environment in the media that would have made DF want to return to Ukraine and facilitated his arrival and criminal prosecution. Therefore, in my opinion, the threat of DF's detention and criminal prosecution in Ukraine was the reason why he did not return to Ukraine. The actions committed by state officials from the U.S. presidential administration during Obama's presidency and state officials of Ukraine in order to bar DF's return to Ukraine had nothing to do with DF's actual criminal prosecution. The true reasons for these actions, in my opinion, emerge from the following facts. DF was going to return to Kiev in order to re-enter public life in Ukraine and present his development plan for a stronger Ukraine. DF's arrival in Ukraine would have forced the U.S. to produce sufficient evidence for DF's criminal prosecution on the U.S. charges, but I, as general prosecutor, never received such evidence. Joe Biden was visiting Ukraine frequently at that time. He came again in December 2015. He met President Poroshenko on Sunday, 6 December, and addressed the Rada on Tuesday, 8 December. I am asked whether it was possible there would have been a risk to DF's life had he not canceled his return and arrived in Ukraine in late 2015. My answer is potentially yes. Another one. In my opinion, the initiator of the prevention of DF's return to Ukraine was the U.S. Vice President Biden. It was precisely on his initiative that Poroshenko and Avakov created psychological conditions for barring DF's return to Ukraine. Skipping ahead. The events relating to DF and Biden in 2015 reveal the extent of the U.S. administration's interference with Ukrainian domestic affairs in the eagerness to exercise control with the aim of advancing U.S. interests. An example confirming such interference is me being forced to resign from my role as general prosecutor solely on the demands of the U.S. Vice President Joe Biden because I refused to cease my probe into Burisma, in which Biden had significant interests, and because I would never have agreed to a politically motivated, unfounded criminal prosecution. I have never met DF in person, and my interests have never crossed with his. However, the steps taken by the state officials from the U.S. presidential administration during Obama's presidency towards both of us demonstrate similar methods of isolating and removing people who do not serve their interests. This could be regarded as one line of actions committed by state officials in respect of people that had caught their attention. Statement of truth. I have given this statement orally in Russian. I have carefully read Ukrainian and Russian translation and confirm that it is entirely true to the best of my knowledge and belief. In case of disagreement between the Ukrainian and Russian languages, preference is given to Russian language. I am willing to attend court and testify on these matters before the Austrian authorities. Signed, Viktor Shokin. There's the note of what's the word I'm looking for? The seal of the notary. Thank you. So that's taken care of. So that is the Shokin memo, or it's the Shokin affidavit, excuse me. A lot there, more than might have been expected by y'all. Because it's been basically promoted as showing how Biden interfered in the Burisma investigation and got Shokin fired to stop it. And was trying to get Shokin fired previously. He was putting pressure on the vice president, the president, whose name I've suddenly forgotten, Shokolov? I've forgotten. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so put the pressure on the president to get Shokin removed. And we just read that part. But we didn't know, according to media reports, about the part with Dmitry Fitash and what was going on with that, or Fitshash and what was going on with that. I had never heard of that before. So this was news to me when I read this, that the U.S. government had specifically intervened in domestic affairs of Ukraine in order to keep a reformer that they did not like from entering the country, from creating an atmosphere so toxic and so dangerous to this person that they dare not come back to the country, going so far as to close the airspace of the country to all air traffic, including private jets, to keep this guy from flying into the Ukraine. Once again, the Obama administration was completely free of scandal. Completely free of scandal. All right, we're at the last part. These are the financial statements of the excuse me. I'm all the way at the bottom. I forgot to scroll back up. Excuse me just a moment. Let me scroll up here. These are the financial statements for Rosemont Seneca Baha'i. And this is the Morgan Stanley account. Remember, Morgan Stanley, we mentioned that earlier. There's another connection to Biden. Morgan Stanley was the holder of the account for, again, Rosemont Seneca Baha'i, which was initially started to handle the Chinese investments. But there are very few Chinese monies involved in these statements. I don't know where that money was going, but it wasn't here. What I've done is I've taken notes on each month of statements. These statements go from March 1st, 2014 to January 1st of 2016. They actually go on longer, but the actual account itself was basically closed in January of 2016. So, I'm just going to read these notes because this These are incredibly difficult to read, and I don't want to try and bore you by scrolling through all of it. There are over 250 pages in this document, so I'm not going to bore you with all that. I'm just going to read you some highlights. Okay. Rosemont Seneca Bohai LLC was started by Devin Archer and Hunter Biden. Those are the two main signatories on this account. Biden was taking between $10,000 and $25,000 a month for whatever, I guess, his payment out of the group. Usually $20,000. There was some stock trading involved in this corporation, but not as much as you might think for a firm that was supposedly private investment with China. In fact, this is more like a personal account for these two guys. So I'm just going to go down this list here. Forgive me for not looking at the camera very often. I'll be reading. So the first account statement is from March 1st to March 31st, 2014. The account opens with a balance of $2.4 million. And there is no appreciable spending in that month. Starting April 1st, the first Burisma deposit to kick in. There was a deposit from Burisma for $83,000 and another one for $30,000. Between March and April, the account lost $1.3 million. There was an interesting transaction. A bank in Riga, Latvia, transferred $142,000 to the Morgan Stanley account. I have no idea what that was about. In May of 2014, Burisma deposited $166,666.66. I am not kidding you. That was the consistent amount deposited by Burisma in two $83,333.33 installments. I'm assuming one was for Devin Archer and one was for Hunter Biden. Now, there was actually a second in May of 2014. There was both the $83,000, et cetera, payments times two. There was also a single $166,000, et cetera, dollar payment to that account, which was exactly double the two original payments. And I have no idea what was going on with that. And that was not through Burisma. That was an auto transaction. In June of 2014, Burisma deposited $227,000 in the account. There was also an extra $61,000 from Burisma. And that was the first time in June 1st to June 30th. That was the first month in the accounts that they actually had an increase in their balance. They had been the balance had been decreasing steadily from the initial opening until June. In July, Burisma again deposited the 166, et cetera, thousand, and that month they lost $46,500. In August, there was the double 333 payment for Devin Archer and Hunter Biden. There was a $1.3 million deposit from the BSI SA, which is a Swiss bank. In fact, it's one of the oldest Swiss banks in existence. And there was also a deposit from Iberico. And Iberico is a Portuguese investment company partnership of consultants with great experience in obtainment of European residents in the fields of real estate market, in the fields of hospitality, international tax consulting, financial, and investment consultancy, and audits. I have no idea what they were doing with Iberco. And there was a $135,000 payment to an Igor Dodin, who I could not find any information on. There is an attorney in Brooklyn named Igor Dodin, but it doesn't seem likely that they would spend $135,000 to this guy. Now that payment was automatically returned, so it was a net zero transaction. In September of 2014, there was a $15 million deposit by Clifford A. Wolf, who was an attorney in Florida. Wolf represents a number of people, including medical marijuana growers in Florida. And he is quite successful. He's gone up the ranks in the legal profession ever since he graduated. So he's no piker. So again, that was a $15 million deposit from Wolf. In October of 2014, Burisma paid out $197,000. And there was an Amex bill that month for $60,000, American Express. Living high on the hog, aren't we? That same month, October 2014, the Rosemont Seneca Bohai account bought $15 million in securities in a Florida city, a bond float. November, same amount as usual from Burisma, $166 and change $1,000. They also made $123,000 in those bonds in interest. That's the only successful investment of any note in this account for the entire 2 years. In December of 2014, there were no payments from Burisma, zero. There was a $485,000 wired to China going through RST, which was the Bohai RST, which was the Shanghai investment setup from Biden's China excursion. They also received $15,000 from that same account. $10,000 was wired to Krista Archer, whom I can only assume is Devin's wife. They also, seeing here, there was one of those $166,000 and change dollar deposits from a questionable account, an account that I could not verify. So there were no Burisma payments, but they got the double payment that they, the double 83 and change, $10,000 that they would normally get, but from an unknown depositor. Now we're to January of 2015. Burisma paid them $213,300. The account lost $250,000 between December and January. Devin Archer withdrew, get this, $123,727.33. And they had some stock trades separate from the bonds that they bought. And one stock made $3,000 and the other stock lost $11,000. So they had a net loss that month in trading of $8,000 approximately. These are the people who China is supposed to trust with $1.5 billion. They can't even manage minor stock trades. In February 2015, again the Burisma, the double, 83,000, et cetera, et cetera. The Bank of China deposited $2,500 in February 2015. March, the only notable thing was the Burisma payments again, 166,000 and change. In April, the same amount from Burisma. The account that at that moment went from a balance in March of over 17.5 million to 145,000 was their balance in April of 2015. They sold that bond security. They sold those securities that they had bought just a couple months previously. So now they can't even hold on to bonds for any length of time. They don't have the cash flow to maintain that. Now, I'm very bad at reading some of these financial statements. I'm not a financial analyst, and some of the notations left me dancing, left clouds dancing in my head. As far as I can tell, on that investment, that security investment, when they sold them, they made $520K. That's not represented in their balance, though, because the balance is only 145K. So I don't know where that money went. What I want to know, though, is where did that initial $15 million come from? Why is some pot grower lawyer in Florida fronting these guys $15 million for a bond purchase that they only held on to for a few months? What is going on there? Now remember, these all came to light. These documents came to light not because of any investigation into Hunter, but because of the investigation into Devin Archer for a fraudulent scheme involving Native American bonds. That's where all these were released, is in that court case. So we're seeing that there's some real shenanigans going on here. In May of 2015, the Burisma account deposited $83,000 and change dollar deposits, and the same month they bought 10,000 shares of a Morgan Stanley fund at $25 a share. There was a $70,000 wire transfer from I don't know who. It wasn't identified. So there's some more interesting stuff going on. In June of 2015, Burisma deposited almost $170,000. Now, in this month, in June of 2015, their balance went from basically $450,000, somewhere in there, to $16 million, $16.6 million to be accurate. They bought $19.5 million in securities. Where did that money come from? And there was also a $60,000 transfer from I don't know who. That happens pretty often, as you've heard. I bring that up pretty often. These wire transfers from we don't know where. That same month, they sold that Morgan Stanley fund. They held on to it for 1 month, and they lost $3,000. So again, these are not investment geniuses. In July of 2015, Burisma deposited $226,500. And Hunter Biden that month withdrew $107,000. Now remember, he's been withdrawing anywhere between $10,000 and $25,000 consistently every month. And Devin Archer withdrew what, like $177,000 one month, and now Biden in July of 2015 withdraws $107,000. So in August of 2015, again, the Burisma deposits totaling $166,000 and change. That month, the balance was only $4 million. September, again the same deposit from Burisma. City National Bank deposits $275,000. No idea why. And $100,000 was paid to Wolf, the lawyer who fronted them the $15 million for the bond purchase. In October of 2015, they had a balance. It went from $4 million to $2.6 million. Burisma that month paid them $170,700. November, the balance is now $2 million. They're now below their original balance. Remember, their original balance was $2.4 million. They're now $400,000 below that. They didn't get a dime from Burisma. And Devin Archer threw in $140,000 into the account. So Devin Archer tries to bail out the account with a deposit of $140,000. December 2015 is the last month there are transactions. And the balance there is $1.37 million. So they basically lost $1 million in the account from the time they opened it in January of 2014. Burisma paid them a total that month of $308,000. One payment of $214,000, and then the normal payment of $166,000 and change. And then in January of 2016, they cash out. There's no appreciable activity on the account for the next 4 months. And then Morgan Stanley ultimately closes the account completely, and they're off book. I'm assuming, I didn't look at the trial, but I'm assuming those dates that correspond, closing of the account, correspond pretty closely with Devin Archer being indicted. If not a little bit before. Bye, Uncle Bobbity. Take care, sir. Thank you for coming. It's always great to have you. H. Sunset asks, does anyone have an account where I can withdraw $100,000 a few times? If we play Monopoly, I play with $1 million bank. So maybe you and I can... oh, you're not leaving. I'm sorry, I heard bye, Uncle. Is that Laura leaving? Did I miss that she's leaving? Deborah Ellis, bye, Bobbity. Oh, okay, all right. You saying bye to the other saying bye. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. That's why I love you so much. So, I hope that was interesting. I hope I didn't bore you with that. I will brag that I spent a lot of time taking those notes and trying to decipher those accounts. Let me just show you what they look like. Here is the opening the account summary. Then there is the balance sheet, cash flow, income summary, cash bank deposit program and money market funds, cash flow activity, debit card and checking activity, automated payments, money market fund and bank deposit program activity. That's every month. And I went through all of it. And I enjoyed it, actually. I enjoyed it. And we are done. That's all, folks. And again, here are my chicken scratch notes on those bank accounts. The bank accounts were the bulk, by far, of the John Solomon document dump. Like I said, that was over 240, 250 pages. The rest of them were mainly a couple pages, as you saw. There were a few that were longer, like the first statement from Soros, the Open Society Foundation. I was looking for everything I could find. I just couldn't come up with it. I was looking for that 450 pages, and I never found it. And I looked through Scribd for everything that Solomon had posted. So, thank you, Uncle Bobbity. Thank you. And Picasso knows, of course, that my executive producer doing a bang-up job as always, keeping me supplied with tea and honey and watching over me like a hawk. Basically a den of corruption and confusion here. You've got Hunter Biden skating through life based purely on his name. He couldn't even maintain the discipline to be a naval reservist. I'm not knocking the naval reserves. I'm not knocking any of the reserves. I mean, they go to war constantly, and I have the utmost respect for them. But it's the reserves. You only have to serve a weekend a month, and then 2 weeks every year. Biden couldn't stay clean long enough to manage that. I don't find that very impressive. 2 years out of college, out of law school, he's working for MBNA. Right out of college, he's working for MBNA, law school, I should say, and he gets up to a 145, $160,000 a year vice presidency in 2 years. Doing what? It's obvious he skated on his dad's name. We've got the quotes from Joe's brother talking about how people are lining up with 747s full of cash in order to invest in the Joe Biden name. Obvious pay for play. Hillary wasn't the one who invented it. Yeah, SRS 4859, the Nobel Peace Prize, for doing nothing. Nothing. That was just insane. The new toasted chalupa. Ah, thank you, John Hartman. I'm half ready to go myself, actually. I know Taco Bell is usually after you drink food, but I could make an exception in this case. But anyway, so we've just got corruption after corruption after corruption. The one thing that I think none of us knew before we got started was the part about the U.S. State Department and Joe Biden in particular leaning heavily on Ukrainian politics in order to keep that gentleman Fitash from coming back into the Ukraine, because he wanted to institute a workers' reform. I don't know if he's a communist. I don't know what his politics are. I know that Shokin was very neutral about the guy, except, he didn't know him, didn't have any political dealings with him, but he saw that what was happening was that this guy was being unfairly, in fact, vehemently opposed by the United States and not allowed to come into his own country to address a workers' party. That is another huge scandal to hang on Obama, and one I'm not hearing mentioned anywhere. I'd love to hear someone bring that up. I'll have to listen to Levin today, and if he doesn't bring it up, I may call in tomorrow and see if he mentions it. But man, a lot there. And then the bank account. These guys couldn't even maintain a bank account, getting paid hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s a month by one group. One group. That $15 million payment from Wolf for what? Was it a loan? He only got back $100,000 from them, according to the bank. Did they wire him money from another account? If they did, why are they trying to keep it a secret? $100,000 for a finder's fee seems pretty lame for a $15 million loan. I don't know, folks. I don't know. A lot of questions. A lot of questions. Skullcrem says, I like how Levin called out Henry. Yeah, Ed Henry. Yeah, that wasn't good. I don't know what got into Ed Henry. I believe Levin said, "You've got all day, I've got 2 minutes. Let me talk," something like that. Brilliant. Brilliant. Mark Levin's brilliant. Brilliant. Um, Now, I don't think he was playing the devil's advocate, actually, SRS 4859. I think Henry um, went too far because he was using the Democrat talking points in those questions. Um, I think he went too far. Like, um, what's his name? The guy who does the Fox Sunday news show, Chris Wallace. Chris Wallace was interviewing Stephen Miller yesterday. And Chris Wallace was not being fair at all. Yes, Stephen Miller was not answering questions directly. And that's what spokespeople do. They tend not to answer questions directly. But Chris Wallace was being a right bastard about it. He was trying to score points. I don't like that. If you have a point to make it. Let the other person answer as best they can. If they decide not to answer the question, call them on it, but don't be a dick. And he was being a complete dick. The last part really pissed me off because he told Miller, "I'm going to ask you this question. I'll give you a minute, and I won't interrupt." Wallace asked the question. Within 25 seconds, he's interrupting and asking another question. What the hell? Do what you say you're going to do, or just look like a complete and utter fuck up. So that really pissed me off. SRS 4859 says Chris Wallace seems to favor the Dems. I agree. He's supposed to be fair and balanced, but I think he does lean left. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. If you want to lean left, you have that right. But I expect more balanced questioning, especially on Fox, because Fox does a pretty good job of balancing their shows. So yeah, Chris Wallace really pissed me off. Ray Kimbrell says they say no one is above the law unless you're a Biden, Clinton, Epstein, Buck. Shall I go on? Schiff. Absolutely. Buck. Who's Buck? Ed Buck? Skullcram says talking over each other is a new way of interviewing. Yeah, I hate that. I watched Judge Jean Pirro, Justice, Saturday night. And she had Charlie Kirk and Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes is the one who basically threatened Michael Knowles during that Thurberg incident, where Knowles correctly described her as being mentally ill. And I think Chris Hayes is a bully and a dick. He never says anything insightful. It's always talking points. It's always threats. He always bullies. And he was constantly interrupting Charlie Kirk during that interview. And normally, I'll just mute Hayes when he talks. If I see his lips moving, I hit the mute button. I'm done with him. But I saw Judge Pirro get really pissed, and everybody stopped talking except her. So we were watching the replay, or I mean the streaming replay where I could back it up, and I backed it up, and she was just reaming Chris Hayes. And the last thing she said was, "If you don't stop interrupting, I'll never ask you back again." And Chris Hayes says, "Go ahead." What a dick. What a waste of a human being. And he has a radio show. Who in the hell would listen to this guy? Seriously. Who in the hell would listen to that guy? He's the most vacuous piece of space I've ever seen. David Von Kettering says, Chris Hayes is 8 feet tall, a phony and a liar. I don't know how tall he is, but I don't care. If you're saying he's like Paul Bunyan, made up, I'll go along with that. I'll go along with that. Oh, Pearlbuck. Okay, thank you, Sunset. I appreciate that. Thank you. But so yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna stop talking. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate your effort in staying here today. I know it was a long day, um, and I also appreciate everyone who voted on what time to start today. That really helped a lot. It really meant a lot that you were able to come in and give me an idea of what you wanted to do. It was unanimous to start in the afternoon. That made my day much easier, and I appreciate your giving me that opportunity to rest a little bit and get some last minute work done before we went on the air. All of you who did that, you guys are rock stars. I appreciate it. Um, we will we will probably not see each other again this week. I have much to do to get ready for my. Actually, I have classes coming up at the end of the week. I have three classes, two classroom classes, and then one classroom slash shooting range class. That goes from Friday through. I'll be gone Friday through Wednesday. I'll have to stay over Tuesday night after the class to get ready to come back Wednesday. There's no way I'll be able to drive after all that time on the range. I'm going to need another night in a hotel. Yeah, right, David, firearms instructor. That's what I'll be learning. I'm already a basic pistol instructor. This will give me USCCA certification as a defensive pistol instructor. So things like drawing from the holster, shooting under stress, um, uh, things like that. Basically, combat skills for introductory to concealed carry, um, or not introductory, second step in concealed carry, second step with live fire practice. So that'll be nice. That'll be a lot of fun. I've loaded 700 rounds of 9mm. I need to practice some more. I've got a new holster I need to work in. So I've got 200 rounds for that, 500 rounds for the class. But if my 9mm breaks for any reason, I don't have a second 9mm right now. So I'll have to use one of my Colt 45 ACPs, which means I've got to load 500 rounds for it in case I have to start the class with it from the very beginning. I've only got 360 rounds right now. I need to load another 160 or 140, excuse me. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. I can load 100 at a time, then I have to take a break. So it'll take me probably about 3.5 hours to load all of them. Um, SRS 4059 says best skill having a short barrel shotgun and 6 feet from the target. Swiss cheese, yeah. It's real hard to unless you have a trench coat, it's real hard to conceal a short barrel shotgun. So I prefer a pistol that I can put a coat or a vest over and do that. I know some guys who just wear a t-shirt over their pistol. I can't do that. My shoulders don't work properly, so it's very difficult for me to raise my arms like this to get my shirt out of the way. So if I can sweep a vest out of the way really well. That's what I've trained to do. So that's where I go. I don't think my arms are going to be sore, David. I think it's going to be my back and my legs. That's the weak part of me is my back and my legs. So hopefully the IG report will come out soon, and we'll be able to dive into that. That is going to be a marathon. That is not going to be a one-day affair. I guarantee it. I'm expecting at least 400 pages, at least. So that'll be an all-week affair, and we'll have a ball. And then we've got the Durham report. No idea when that's coming in. No idea. That could be February for all I know. And we haven't seen any more Doug Collins releases recently. That needs to happen. Maybe he can't do it now that he's in the minority on the committee. I don't know. I would love for him to do that though. So I'm gonna let you guys go. I'll see you when I do, and I will maybe post a quick video and let you know how the class turned out. Maybe we'll do something a week from Thursday, so I can just give you a rundown of the class. That sounds like that might be fun. That might be fun. Give you an idea of what I learned. I've been talking about it so much, I think it's only fair. So I'll leave you guys for the fourth time. Let me say, as always, be well. God bless. Happy trails. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye. I will now give you the full learning curve, and I'll stay in the chat until it finishes.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. Hope we learned something. I hope we learned something. I hope we learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days.